You are lying in the dark, and the quiet is not empty. It holds your breath, your weight on the pillow, the slow rise and fall of air through your chest. There is a stillness here that does not demand you be still. It simply is, and you are allowed to be part of it without needing to fix anything. The mind moves slowly in this space, as though wading through water too deep to step out of. Thoughts come up from below, not urgent, but persistent, like things floating near the surface after a rainstorm has passed. You've been lying here for some time now, and somewhere between the last breath you remembered and the next one you haven't yet taken, a certain belief has surfaced again, not with force, not with noise. It comes in layers, quietly returning to the edge of your awareness, as if testing whether there's still room for it. You've held this thought like a stone in your pocket for years, carried it through seasons and decisions, trusted its shape when everything else felt uncertain. It once felt true enough to build upon, firm enough to stand on, but tonight, that certainty is not the same weight it used to be. There's no need to defend it. No one asking you to prove it. Just this gentle presence of something you believed in so completely, now simply resting again at the edge of your mind like a worn-out coat left by the door. There's no urgent need to resolve it. No requirement that you re-argue or re-examine it with all the old intensity. It doesn't matter what you think about it tonight. Not whether it was right. Not whether you should return to it. Not even whether it still matters at all. What matters is this. You are not required to hold on. The belief isn't gone, but its grip has loosened just enough that you can let it sit there without needing to do anything about it. It doesn't need your attention, your defense, or your certainty. You don't have to carry the weight of proving it true anymore. Not tonight. This is a place where thoughts like this are allowed to be quiet, where the mind is permitted to notice that some things once held as absolute no longer ask for permission to stay, and in their stillness, they begin to fade without being dismissed. You don't have to fix what's unsettled. You don't have to make it go away or bring something new to replace it. There is space here, not only for the belief to be present, but also for its absence, even if just a little. The mind doesn't need to complete anything tonight. It can simply notice that some convictions aren't as solid as they once seemed, and still remain intact. You are awake. You are lying in bed. The room is dark enough that edges blur. Shadows soften into one another. The walls recede like breath leaving a body. There's no clock ticking, only silence with depth. No need to check time or count breaths or measure how long you've been here. Just this quiet unfolding of being. There are others who come here seeking calm before sleep, some drawn by philosophy to fall asleep to. others looking for deep thoughts to sleep. A kind of stillness where the mind can settle without being told what to do. You're not here because you need healing or resolution. You're simply lying in the dark with your breath, and the belief returns, not as an enemy, not as proof that something is wrong, but just as one more thought among many. And thoughts are not things to be held onto. They pass through like wind across a field. You don't need to keep them all. You don't have to carry every word, every image, every judgment back into the morning light. Some of what you've believed was useful at some point. Perhaps it helped you walk through doors that were closed before. But now, it is just one more thing floating in the quiet. You are not required to defend your past decisions or re-justify the choices made under different conditions. You don't have to prove that this belief once meant something, because meaning isn't lost simply because certainty fades. Meaning doesn't need permanence. It only needs presence. The mind has a habit of returning to familiar ground, as if it were the only real place. Even when the shape of the terrain has shifted underfoot without anyone noticing. You've walked this path so many times that your feet know where to step before you think about it. But tonight, something is different. Not because anything changed in the outside world, but because the inside has grown quiet enough to allow a new kind of attention. You are allowed to let go of holding on to things that no longer serve as anchors, not out of weakness, but simply because they are not necessary anymore. The belief returns again, softly now, like a name spoken once and then left unspoken. It doesn't demand anything from you. It isn't angry or disappointed at being questioned. It is just there, like an old book on the shelf that has been read so many times it no longer needs to be opened. And you don't have to open it again tonight. There's a difference between remembering something and needing it. Between knowing what once felt true and believing you still must live by it. One does not require the other. The mind is capable of holding multiple truths at once, including the truth that some things are no longer useful, even if they were once vital. You don't have to discard them like garbage. You can simply place them down on a shelf where they won't get in your way, not because they're worthless, but because their time has passed. This is not about losing yourself by letting go. It's about remembering that you are more than any single conviction ever was. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. You are a happening, not a thing. You don't need to be anything specific. You don't have to defend your past decisions or justify why something once felt true, but no longer does. The mind can rest in the uncertainty of letting go without needing to replace it with anything new. Because what is left when you let go is still you, still breathing, still here. The belief returns again, not as a command, not as an accusation, not as proof that something was wrong, just as another thought among many. And each time it comes back, it does so slightly less heavy, not because you've changed your mind, but because the weight isn't required anymore. You are allowed to notice how little need there is for certainty when the body is still and the breath is slow. You don't have to know what to do with this moment, only that you can be in it without needing to fix anything. There's no urgency, no deadline, no demand to arrive at a conclusion about whether this belief was right or wrong, true or false, necessary or not. The question itself isn't needed. You are allowed to simply let the thought pass through like air through a window. Open for a moment, then closed again, without needing to decide what happened while it was there. And when you notice that your breath has slowed even more, that the edges of the room have blurred further into softness, that the dark is no longer an absence but something holding you in place, know this: the mind doesn't need to be fixed. It only needs to rest. You don't have to do anything with what's been held too long. You don't have to bring it back to life or bury it forever. Just let it exist as one more thing that moves through your awareness, not something you must defend or re-own. There is no need to be someone specific in this moment, just the quiet of being awake and lying down, feeling the blanket over your body, hearing nothing but the slow rhythm of air moving through space. You are not behind, you are not ahead, you are simply here with thoughts that come and go, some familiar, some forgotten. You notice how the air near your shoulder feels cooler than the rest, as though the room has its own slow breathing, a draft that moves without announcing itself, just brushing against skin like a memory you can't name but feel anyway. It doesn't demand to be known or followed. It passes through and leaves no trace except this momentary shift in temperature. And so do thoughts. Not all of them arrive loud or urgent. Some come quietly, like that cool breath slipping in between the spaces where your attention is already still. You don't have to meet them with a response. You are allowed to let them pass through you as easily as air moves across an open window, without needing to decide whether they should stay or go. The belief that once felt essential, not because it was true in any final way, but because it held the shape of your mind when things were uncertain, isn't gone. It's just no longer carrying the weight it used to. You can feel how its edges have softened over time, worn down by silence and the slow turn of days that didn't rely on it. There is a kind of stillness in which old convictions don't collapse or vanish. They simply stop being necessary. They don't need your defense anymore. Not because you've forgotten them, but because their function has changed. You no longer depend on them to feel steady. The mind can hold an idea without needing it to be true today. Just as a tree holds leaves through autumn, even when the wind is already shaping its next season. You are not required to keep any story about yourself alive simply because you once believed in it. Belief was never meant to last forever, only long enough for something else to grow in its place. But that doesn't mean what came before was wasted. It served, it helped, and now, like the leaves on a branch, it's letting go not out of failure, but because there is room elsewhere. There's no need to mourn the ending of certainty, only to notice how little you actually needed to cling to it in order to be whole. You are still here. The breath moves without your direction. The dark holds you like a hand that doesn't ask for anything back. There is nothing in this moment that must be defended, no identity that needs proving. You don't have to be the person who once believed something with absolute clarity, only the one who can now let it go without regret. That's not weakness, it's depth. The ability to carry a truth and then release it when it no longer fits is not loss. It's evolution, not collapse, but change. The belief returns again, quiet, this time, almost gentle, like dust settling on a bookshelf after years of being untouched. And you don't open it. You don't need to reread the words or verify whether they were right. The act of remembering isn't the same as living by them. There's a difference between knowing something and needing it to be true today. You are allowed to let go, not because you've replaced it with another truth, but because you no longer require any truth at all in order to exist here. To simply be awake, still, breathing into the quiet is enough. The mind doesn't need a reason for being. It only needs permission to rest. This isn't about becoming someone new or proving that your past was wrong. It's about noticing how little of what you once held onto actually belonged to you in the first place. You were carrying it, not because it was yours by right, but because you thought you had no choice. And now, slowly, gently, you realize there was always a choice. To carry or to set down. There's a warmth beneath your chest where the blanket meets skin. A slow pulse in the quiet of the room. You don't have to name it. You don't have to explain it. The thought that once felt like an anchor now feels more like a shadow. Something cast by light long past, still there, but no longer shaping what happens. You are not behind because you haven't resolved this belief yet. You're not ahead either. You are simply in the space between, where time doesn't press forward or pull back, where thoughts come and go without needing to be answered, where a single breath can contain everything that needs saying and nothing at all. There is no need to fix what isn't broken, no urgency to return to something you've already left behind. The past doesn't need your attention any more than the future does. You are not required to justify how long it took for this stillness to arrive, or why certain thoughts linger longer than others. You don't have to be anything specific in order to exist. Not a believer. Not an unbeliever. Just someone who can lie down and feel their body without needing to do anything with it. Someone who doesn't need to prove they are awake by moving, only that they are here, aware, present in the slow rhythm of air passing through stillness. The belief returns again, not as a demand, not as proof you've failed, but simply as another shape among many in your awareness. It passes like wind over leaves, stirring nothing, leaving no mark. And when it goes, there's no need to check whether it's gone for good. You don't have to track what has left behind. What remains is not the absence of belief, but the presence of space where belief could be if needed. But you aren't in need. Not now. There is nothing here that must be held. Nothing you are required to defend or re-own. You can feel how your shoulders have lowered without any effort to lower them. How tension slips away, not through force, but simply because the mind has stopped needing to hold on. The belief didn't vanish. It just ceased being necessary, like a key that once opened a door, now left in a drawer, where no one uses it. There is room for more than one truth. Room for what was once real and what is no longer needed. Room for memory without obligation, for knowing without having to act on it. The mind can hold the past as something separate from who you are today, not because you've rejected it, but because you don't need its weight anymore. You are allowed to notice how little of your sense of self depends on any single conviction ever being true. You are more than a memory of belief, more than a story about what once felt certain. You are the quiet presence that watches thoughts come and go, not judging, not clinging, just observing. The room feels deeper now, as though it has no walls but only softness pressing in from all sides. The dark isn't empty. It's full of still air, slow movement, silence holding you like a second skin. There is nothing to do with this moment, except be in it. No task, no purpose, not even the need to understand. You don't have to know what happens next, only that you are here now, lying down, breathing slowly, aware of your body, without needing to fix it or change it. The belief doesn't return again as a storm. It returns as a whisper in the corner of thought, just another passing shape among many. And when it passes, there is no need to follow it back. There's not even any effort required to let go. Just noticing how easy it is to stop holding on. Not because you've decided something new, But because your mind has finally stopped needing to carry the weight of certainty, you are allowed to be in this moment without being anything specific. Just awake, still feeling the blanket over you, hearing nothing but air moving through space, and knowing that none of it requires a name. There is no need for identity when all there is to do is be here. There is a quiet where thought no longer needs permission to drift, not toward meaning, not toward resolution, just toward the soft edge of being. The belief still breathes in the background like an old room left unlit, familiar, untouched by time, holding its shape without demanding to be entered. It doesn't press against you. It only exists as a presence that might have been important once. Now it is simply there, part of the atmosphere, not the air itself. You can let it sit where it sits, like dust on a shelf no one has touched in years. No need to wipe it away. No reason to remember why it was placed there. The body remembers more than the mind does. It holds what thoughts have left behind, not as evidence of failure or loss, but as traces that were never meant to last forever. A shoulder shifts slightly beneath the weight of the blanket. The heel presses into the mattress with quiet insistence, then releases again. There is no urgency in these small movements. They are not attempts at adjustment, only acknowledgments of space. A slow return to itself after hours of stillness. You notice how your breath flows without any effort to guide it, like water finding its level over time. Not forced, not shaped, just flowing. There's a kind of listening that does not seek answers, just the feeling of being met by silence in return. The mind has stopped asking for proof that it is awake. It doesn't need to perform awareness anymore. You can lie here and feel your own existence as something natural, like the way roots grow without knowing they are growing, not striving, not claiming, just extending into what is already there. The belief returns again, not with force or urgency, but as a shape that fits loosely in your thoughts now, like an old coat you've stopped wearing, but still keep folded at the back of the closet. It doesn't belong to you anymore, and it no longer belongs to anyone else either. It is neither yours nor not yours. It simply passes through awareness without leaving a mark on the self. You do not need to confirm whether it is gone or real, only that it has stopped being necessary to carry. You are allowed to notice how little of your quiet comes from deciding anything at all. Most of what settles isn't earned, not through effort or insight. It arrives because you've stopped resisting, because the mind finally stops fighting its own nature, to wander, to forget, to shift without warning. There is no rule that says you must be constant or loyal to any one idea. You are not required to keep anything alive just because it once mattered. The air in the room feels different now, not colder, but heavier with stillness. It doesn't rush. It doesn't demand attention. It simply is. And within this quiet, thoughts no longer come as demands or warnings. They arrive like leaves blown across a path, some landing near you, others passing through without touching ground. You don't need to gather them. Don't have to name what they mean. Just let them drift past, carried by the slow current of breath and time. You are not responsible for what your mind remembers, nor for what it forgets. The belief was once real. That much you can allow without contradiction. But its reality did not need to be preserved beyond its usefulness. It served a purpose at one point. Now, it is simply part of the weather, passing through like rain over stone, leaving only memory behind. There's no reason to fix this moment, no task left uncompleted in your mind that must be finished before sleep. There are no debts to pay, no apologies to make, no truths to defend. You can feel how easily you could rest if there were nothing to do. And yet, even without purpose, you are still here, present, not because you're trying, but because the act of being is its own reason. The dark has softened at the edges, not into light, but into depth. It feels like a space that doesn't reject you, one that holds you without condition. You do not need to be anything specific in order to belong here. Not strong, not wise, not even quiet on purpose. Just lying down, feeling your body as it is, and letting the thoughts pass through like clouds over open land. Visible for a moment, then gone. There is no place you must go tonight. No version of yourself that needs to be reached or restored. The belief doesn't need to disappear to make room for something new. It only needs to stop being necessary. And when it stops needing to matter, the mind can rest in its own space, not shaped by what once was true, but held by what simply is. You don't have to carry this thought forward. You don't have to decide whether to keep it or let go. The weight isn't gone because you've made a choice. It's gone because you've stopped needing the burden, not through willpower, not through resistance, but simply through noticing that you're no longer holding on. The breath moves in and out without effort. There is no need to shape it, lengthen it, or count its rhythm. It flows as naturally as shadows shift across a wall at dusk, silently, slowly, without purpose. You are aware of it not because you're watching, but because there's nothing else to focus on. The belief comes again, quieter this time, more like a whisper in the corner of memory than anything with substance. Not urgent, not demanding. It doesn't ask for anything. It just exists as part of the landscape now. Not something to be defended or reclaimed, but a shape that has passed through your awareness and is already on its way out. There's no need to follow it, no reason to turn back. You are allowed to remain here in this moment with nothing to prove, nothing to defend, nothing to own. Just being, not as an act of will, but as a natural state of resting inside the body and the dark together. The room is still. The air holds its shape. There is no sound except the quiet passage of breath through you, like water moving beneath a surface that never breaks. You don't need to listen for meaning in it. Just let it be, unexamined, unclaimed, undemanding. You are not required to understand this moment, not even to feel anything particular about it. There is no obligation to be peaceful or content. It's enough simply to lie here and notice how easily the mind can stop trying, how little energy it takes to just be without doing anything at all. The belief doesn't return again as a challenge. Not now, not tonight. It arrives like an echo fading down a long hallway, too distant to reach, even if you wanted to. And when it does pass through, there is no need to ask whether it was real or false, only that it has ceased being important enough to stay. You are allowed to let go without knowing what will take its place, because nothing needs to take its place. You don't have to fill the space left behind with anything new. The room is full already, not with things, but with silence, with stillness, with the quiet presence of your own body lying down in the dark. There's no need for certainty anymore. No demand that you know who you are or what you believe. You can simply be, not as a result of belief, not through effort, not by proving anything to anyone, including yourself. Just being here, present, aware, breathing, existing without needing to justify it. The mind slows down not because you've told it to, but because there's nothing left to push against. No thought that must be held on to. No idea that needs defense. The belief is no longer a gatekeeper. It doesn't stand between you and rest. It has simply become part of the background, like the sound of distant wind through trees. Something heard only when you stop searching for other sounds. There is no shape now that needs holding. Only a quiet stretch of air between your ribs, where breath settles like dust after stillness has come. The belief moves through again, not as an anchor, not as an argument, but as something already passing beyond the edge of attention. It doesn't arrive with weight. It arrives without arrival at all. Like a leaf that drifts across a surface and does not sink. You don't reach out to catch it. You don't even notice its path until it's gone. The dark isn't empty. It is full in its own way of things that do not demand recognition. The room remembers the shape of your body even after you've stopped moving. It knows how you lie, one arm beneath your head, the other resting across your chest, as if offering warmth to a self that has already let go. There's no need for posture, for alignment, for any kind of proof that you are still present, because presence does not have to be demonstrated. You are here, and the room holds it without needing to say so. You don't have to keep track of what came before. Not every thought needs a name. The ones that remain aren't urgent. They don't carry meaning in their arrival. They just are. Like light catching the surface of water at midnight, reflecting only for a moment, then dissolving into the quiet beneath. You can let them pass without turning back to see if there's a pattern. There is no need to find continuity between what you once believed and who you might become. The belief isn't gone because you've replaced it. It has faded not through subtraction, but by absence of demand. It no longer asks to be fed, to be defended, to be kept alive in your mind, like an old fire that needs stirring every night. There is no obligation to understand how this loosening came about. You don't have to trace the path from certainty to stillness, or map out where it began and ended. It simply happened as a shift in weight, not a decision, as breath returning without being invited. The belief wasn't dismissed. It was simply unclaimed. And when something is no longer claimed, it doesn't fall away. It quietly becomes part of the air you already breathe. You are not required to decide what remains, not even to feel certain about that. There is space here for uncertainty, for quiet absence, for things that don't need a name or a place in your story. The mind can rest without filling every silence with explanation. It doesn't have to be useful. It doesn't have to serve anything. Just being, not as an act of belief, but as the natural state of lying down and letting go, is enough. The ceiling above you is no longer a surface that holds expectations. It is just something made of plaster and shadow, shaped by time and light and quiet hands long gone. You don't need to believe in its solidity or its permanence. You only notice it as part of the room's stillness, like the soft curve where wall meets ceiling. Not important enough to mark, not necessary to fix. And you are no more than that. A shape held within darkness, without needing to be defined by anything outside yourself. You don't have to carry the memory of what it felt like to believe so deeply. You don't need to mourn its passing or celebrate its departure. It wasn't lost. It was released. Not through force, not through effort, but simply because you stopped demanding that it stay. That is how things fade. Not with a crash, but with a quiet unclenching of the hand. The body remembers what belief once did to it, the way tension settled behind the eyes, the weight in the chest like something trying to be held too tightly. But now there's no need for that memory to serve as evidence of anything. It doesn't prove you were wrong or right. It only proves that something has changed, that the mind can shift its center without needing a new one to take its place. There is no longer any demand for a replacement, no pressure to find meaning, purpose, or direction in what remains. You don't have to be more than this moment, not even to be someone at all. The idea of self isn't needed anymore as a thing to defend. It can simply be the quiet presence that notices how easily breath moves when there's no one trying to control it. You are allowed to let go without knowing what comes next, because nothing needs to come. There is no gap to fill, no emptiness waiting to be occupied. The space where belief once stood isn't vacant. It's simply not claimed. And that is enough. It doesn't need to be anything other than stillness. The air in the room has a weight of its own, not heavy, but full. Like water held beneath a surface, you can feel, but not see. You don't have to know what's inside it. Just lie here and let your body meet that soft pressure, as if returning home to something long forgotten. Not because you've remembered it, but because the mind has stopped searching for landmarks in its own shape. You don't need to believe anything anymore. Not about yourself, not about truth, not even about silence. You only have to rest with what is. A body breathing, dark around you, thoughts passing like birds, flying across an open sky at dusk, without landing anywhere. They don't need to stop for permission or leave behind a message. They just move through the space you occupy, and that is enough. There's no reason to hold on to anything, not even this feeling of letting go. Not because it's wrong, but because holding on to any sensation, any state, any awareness, whether peace or doubt, only adds another thing to carry. And there's already so little you need to keep, so few things that truly belong to you. The belief was never yours in the way people think possession works. It wasn't something carved into your bones or stitched into your name. You held it like a stone someone handed you, thinking it might be valuable. But now you notice, stones aren't meant to be kept forever. They are not alive. They don't require care. They simply exist until they wear down, or fall away, or become part of something else. You didn't lose the belief. It was never yours to keep. It moved through your awareness, like a thought that arrived uninvited and left without notice. And now, you are not required to thank it for coming, nor curse it for leaving. You are simply here, lying down in the dark, breathing slowly, feeling how little of anything needs defending anymore. No need to be someone who has answers. No need to perform certainty or prove alignment with any idea. The mind can rest without being useful. It doesn't have to serve a purpose beyond what it already is. An awareness that flows like water through stillness, not fixing, not judging, not claiming anything, just passing. There's no moment when you decide to stop believing. It just stops mattering. Not because of logic or change in understanding, but because the need for belief has dissolved on its own, like mist rising from a field at dawn and never returning. You don't have to understand how that happened. You only have to notice. There's no longer any tug toward the old shape, no pull to return. The body knows it, even without thought. It lies in the dark with a kind of quiet confidence, not because it has answers, but because it doesn't need them. The absence isn't empty. It is full of the soft weight of being unclaimed. And that is where peace lives. Not in certainty, not in resolution, not in belief, but in the simple fact that you are allowed to be here without having to prove anything at all. You feel the edges of stillness softening where they meet your breath. Not a boundary, but a slow seepage, like light through closed curtains at morning's near come. The air doesn't press in now. It simply is, not resisting, not inviting. It holds no expectation that you should shape yourself to fit its space, or change what you are just to be seen clearly within it. You don't need to become something the room can recognize. There is nothing here asking for a name. The thought about belief, the one that once felt like truth carved in stone, has not returned with force, nor even as an echo. It lingers only as absence, a hollow where certainty used to settle. But this emptiness isn't cold or barren. It's warm from long use, like a room left unheated through winter, but still holding the memory of fire. You don't have to refill it. There is no obligation to restore what has already moved on. You are not the keeper of that idea anymore. Not because you failed to hold it, but because it was never meant for permanence. It came like a guest who stayed too long and then left without saying goodbye, leaving behind only silence where conversation once lived. And now, that silence is not empty. It is full with what remains, the shape of your breath, the slow rise and fall beneath a blanket, the way your fingers rest on top of each other without needing to do anything. There was a time when you thought belief had weight because you gave it power, as if believing in something meant making it real through force of will. But now you notice, nothing stays because you want it to. Not thoughts, not feelings, not even the sense that you are someone who believes anything at all. Everything passes, not with a crash, but like a leaf, drifting down into still water. No splash, no final word, just the quiet settling of what was never meant to stay. You don't have to ask why it left. You don't need to trace its path. It simply passed through your mind as something that didn't belong there for good. Not even briefly. It wasn't yours. Not in any way that mattered. Not like the warmth beneath your skin, or the slow rhythm of air moving in and out of your lungs. Those things aren't claimed. They are lived. There's a difference between holding on and simply being present. You don't have to fight for what you no longer feel. The idea didn't vanish because it was wrong, just because it had done its work, like rain that fell in spring and then disappeared into the soil without fanfare. It nourished something before it left, and now there is space where it once stood, not vacant, but open. Your mind doesn't have to fill every gap with meaning. It can rest in a kind of quiet suspension, neither seeking nor resisting anything. Not even peace, not even stillness. You don't need to be anchored by any state. The breath continues. The dark stays deep and soft around you. And there is no requirement that these things mean something. You are not required to understand how belief comes or goes. That's not your task now. Your only task is to allow what is here. A body lying down, thoughts passing like clouds across an open sky. Lightless but full of depth, the air carrying its own slow pulse through walls and floorboards. Not even silence demands anything from you. It simply is, as long as it lasts. You notice now how little of your life has ever been about holding on to things that were never meant to stay. The belief was not a possession. It was an experience, like the taste of cold water on a hot day. You drank it and moved on. There was no need to save it for later. No need to keep it safe in a box labeled truth. It served its purpose and then returned to the world from which it came. You don't have to mourn that. You don't even have to name what happened. The mind can simply stop making stories about why something ended, or whether you should have held tighter. There is no rule book for how belief must be treated. No sacred contract between thought and self. What remains is not loss. It's release, not emptiness, but space. And in that space, there is room to breathe without effort, to lie still without needing a reason, to be aware of nothing more than the fact that you are here, not trying to prove anything, not performing for anyone, not even pretending to understand what has happened or why it stopped mattering. The idea didn't fail you. You didn't fail it. It simply changed form and moved on, like a bird whose shadow passed across your path and then was gone. You don't have to know where it went, not even if you want to. There is no need to follow, no reward for finding it again. The journey wasn't about arrival. It was about the walking itself. And now that walk has slowed, stopped, settled into this stillness where nothing needs to be proven or restored. There's a quiet in your chest, not from calm, but from surrender. Not because you gave up, but because you no longer feel any pressure to win anything, to convince anyone, even yourself. The need for certainty has simply worn thin, like fabric rubbed smooth over time. It doesn't tear or fall apart. It just becomes lighter, less noticeable, until it's gone without a trace. You are not being replaced by anything. You are not becoming someone new. You are simply present. Not because you've decided to be, but because there is no other way to be now that the belief has left its mark and moved on. It doesn't leave behind a hole. It leaves behind an openness, a kind of softness in the mind's structure where rigidity once stood. And this softness isn't weakness. It's not lack. It's just what happens when something no longer needs to be defended or proved or even remembered. You can stop performing belief and still live, still breathe, still feel the cool of the pillow beneath your head. Still notice how slowly time moves through a room where nothing is expected to happen. You don't need a reason for being here. Not now. There's no one asking you to explain yourself or justify your presence. The air holds you without judgment. The dark doesn't demand anything from your thoughts. You can simply be, not as someone who believes, nor as someone who doubts, but as the quiet awareness that moves through what is given. There are no answers to find in this stillness. No final word to speak. Just breath. Just sensation. Just the slow unfolding of a mind that has stopped trying to hold on to anything, not even its own shape. The self isn't something fixed, carved into stone. It's more like weather moving through a landscape. It changes form with every shift in light and temperature, but never claims ownership over any moment. You are not the storm. You are not the calm after it. You are simply what happens between that soft passing of air across skin, the way your thoughts drift without destination, the sense that you don't need to arrive anywhere because arrival was never required. The belief is gone, not lost, just released. And now there's no weight in its absence, no urgency to fill it with something else. The silence isn't heavy. It's full of space, like a field after snowfall, white and quiet, but alive under the surface. Nothing needs to happen for it to be whole. You can let go not because you found peace, but because there's no longer anything to hold on to. Not even the idea that you should have something to hold. The mind stops searching for a shape, a purpose, a truth. And in that letting go, it finds rest, not by finding answers, but by stopping the search altogether. You notice how the quiet doesn't ask for your attention. It simply is. Not a gift, not an invitation, just presence. Like dust settling on a shelf no one touches anymore. Or the way a forgotten book lies open on a table, its pages soft from time and still breathing in their own small silence. The mind has stopped tracing lines between what was and what might have been. It isn't trying to recover anything. Not even the feeling of certainty that once lived there like a kept flame. There's no effort now to keep it lit. Not because you've given up on light, but because you've stopped needing proof that it was ever real at all. The belief wasn't wrong or right either. It was just one way of standing in the world for a time, and now you stand differently. Not better, not worse, simply elsewhere. As though your feet have shifted slightly beneath you, and gravity has adjusted without warning. You are not what you believed, nor what you no longer believe. You are what remains when belief is unclenched. A posture of stillness that isn't waiting for anything to begin again. No promise of return. No memory of the place you left behind, pressing into your ribs like a stone. Just breath. Slow and steady as water beneath roots. The air moves through the room without making noise, not even a whisper. It just is there, passing over skin that no longer tenses when touched by unseen currents. You feel less like someone who must be known or recognized or defined by what they've held on to. Instead, you are more like something noticed only because nothing else demands attention. There's an ease in not being a fixed point, in not needing to stand where the sun hits at noon or where shadows pool at dusk. You don't need to choose sides. There is no conflict between light and dark, only their quiet coexistence, and you are neither of them, just the space where they pass through each other without collision. The thought that once felt essential now floats like a leaf on water, not sinking, not rising, simply carried along by what's beneath it. You don't need to know how far it will go, or if it ever lands. The journey wasn't about direction. It was the motion itself. And now you are in the moment where motion has slowed into rest. You can feel your shoulders, not relaxed exactly, but no longer braced against an invisible weight. There's space between them that wasn't there before. A quiet hollow where tension used to live. Not emptiness, but openness. Like the inside of a bell after it stops ringing. Still shaped by sound, but no longer vibrating. There is no need to name what has passed through you. No story required. The belief didn't leave behind a lesson or a warning. It left behind only this: an absence that doesn't feel like loss. Because nothing was ever taken from you. You were never the keeper of it, just its temporary vessel. You are not the thing that believed, not even the one who questioned it. You are what happens when belief is no longer required to be true, when truth isn't something you must carry, or defend, or prove in words. It's only what remains after the need for proof dissolves, like salt left behind on a plate, invisible until light hits it just right. There's warmth where your hands rest on your chest, not from effort, but from stillness. Not from holding on, but from letting go of the idea that you must hold on to anything at all. The mind doesn't rush to fill quiet with thoughts. It doesn't scramble for meaning in the way it once did when certainty was thin and fragile. Instead, there is room, not for answers, not even for questions. Just space where things can simply be without needing a reason. Like a cloud that passes overhead without announcing itself. Or the slow drift of snow across an empty field after all. Footprints have vanished. You are not asked to explain your presence here. No one wonders why you're lying in this dark, awake but undisturbed by it. You don't need to justify being alive, or even aware. Awareness doesn't require a purpose. It simply is, and so do you. The breath moves through you without urgency, not fast enough to feel like effort, not slow enough to be stillness with a name, just air flowing in and out, as if the body remembers how to move even when no one's directing it. There's nothing inside you that needs repair or replacement. No hole carved by belief leaving, only quiet, And this quiet doesn't demand anything. Not attention, not understanding, not gratitude for being there. You are allowed to be formless in your own way, like morning mist rising from a lake where no one has walked all night. It doesn't need a shape because it isn't meant to last. Its only purpose is to be what it is, a soft movement across the surface of things, visible for a moment before dissolving back into air. You don't have to believe in anything anymore. Not even this. Not even that you are becoming something else. You are simply here, and now there is no reason why you shouldn't be. No condition unmet, no requirement ignored. Only the quiet unfolding of being without resistance. There's a softness at the edge of thought, where ideas begin to blur into sensation, like the way light fades at dusk, not abruptly, but gently, as if time itself hesitates before letting go of day. You don't need to hold on to any image, any memory, any idea about who you were or could become. You can stop pretending that identity is something solid, built from choices, beliefs, experiences. It's only ever a rhythm, a pattern in the way attention settles, and now it settles differently, not with purpose, not even with direction, just with presence. The night isn't asking for your story. The dark doesn't want to know what you've lost or gained. There is no audience here, no one listening to measure your worth by how clearly you speak or how deeply you feel. You don't have to be anyone at all tonight, not even the self who once believed so fiercely. You are not required to prove anything, not loyalty, not depth, not consistency. The only thing expected is that you stay here in this stillness, breathing, aware, and unclaimed by any role. And this lack of claim isn't emptiness, it's fullness without ownership, like a room after everyone has left, empty, but alive with potential, not waiting for someone to come back, just holding the memory of warmth, of footsteps gone quiet, of voices that have spoken and then stopped. There is no need to gather anything up, no obligation to return to what once was. You are not behind or ahead, just resting in the space between what has been and what might be. Not even a pause, just being. The mind doesn't race forward anymore. It doesn't look back for proof of where it came from. There's no need to find a beginning or an ending. You don't have to know how you got here or why you stay. The only truth that matters now is the one that isn't stated. The one felt in the way your body settles into the mattress, in the slight shift of weight when breath changes. You are not holding anything, not belief, not doubt, not even the idea that you should let go. You're simply letting be, not as a decision, not as effort, just as what happens when nothing demands to be kept. And in this looseness, there is no fear of falling apart, because you were never whole to begin with. only held together by belief. Now that the holding has stopped, it's not collapse. It's release, not failure, not loss. Just the quiet return to a state where nothing needs to be fixed or maintained. The self isn't something you possess. It doesn't live in any one moment. It moves through them all, like wind through trees, shaping only what it touches for an instant before passing on. There is a quiet between breaths that doesn't ask for meaning, just presence. Not even stillness, really, but something older than motion or rest. A space where nothing moves because no one needs to move. You are not in the way of anything now. No thought has claim over you. The ones that drift up don't arrive with demands. They pass through like dust on wind, visible only when light catches them at an angle, and then gone before they can be named. The belief once held so tightly was never yours to keep, even as it shaped your steps for years. It lived in the way you leaned forward into conversations, waiting for validation, or how silence felt like a failure until words filled it again. But now, that same rhythm has slowed, not stopped, but changed its pace, like water flowing over stone, worn smooth by time and pressure, no longer carving, only gliding. You notice this shift, not as change, but as relief, the absence of effort to be right or complete. The mind doesn't need to correct itself anymore because it's stopped trying to prove anything at all, not even that you exist, which is strange. How easily such a thing can slip out of focus when no one is watching. There are moments where thought dissolves into what lies beneath. The warmth behind your eyes as they close. The soft pressure against your shoulder from the blanket's edge. The faint coolness at the back of your neck. These sensations don't ask to be understood, only felt. And in their bare honesty, there is no need for a self to witness them. This isn't forgetting. It's letting go, not as an act, but as a release that happens when you stop pushing against it. Like water finding its level after the storm has passed. Not because someone told it where to go, but simply because nothing holds it back anymore. There is no moment in which you became this way. There was only one before, and then another now, with no line drawn between them. No birth of a new self, just the quiet fading out of old patterns like ink, spreading across paper until all shape blurs into tone. You don't have to return to who you were, not even for memory's sake. The past isn't lost. It's simply unclaimed now. It doesn't belong in this room anymore. No voice calls your name from behind the walls of yesterday. No image demands attention at the edge of sleep. Even grief has softened into something more like weather than weight. There is a quality to stillness that isn't emptiness, not even absence. but fullness without form, like air before sound arrives, or space between stars where nothing moves except possibility itself. You are not being shaped by anything tonight. Not by expectation, not by guilt, not even by the faint echo of something you once believed so strongly it became your compass. That belief didn't vanish. It just stopped guiding you, like a map left behind in a train station, forgotten among coats and umbrellas, no longer needed when you've already arrived. And you have arrived here, wherever this is, not somewhere else, not later on, but exactly where the breath rests now. There's nothing to do with that moment except let it be, unaltered by interpretation or desire for change. Even longing has paused its pulse. The urge to reach forward toward something clearer or more certain doesn't burn anymore. It just settles like ash in a long, cold hearth, present but inert, not glowing, not fading, only there. You don't have to wonder whether what you believed was true. You don't need to measure how much it mattered. That's all over now. Not because the answer is known, but because asking has stopped being necessary. There are no doors left to open, no rooms behind them that must be entered or searched. Just this one place, dark and warm and quiet, where nothing asks for you to prove your worth by how well you hold on. You don't have to carry anything across the night. Not regret, not hope, not even sorrow. They aren't burdens because they're no longer yours. You are simply here, breathing into silence, feeling the slow rise of chest and fall again without effort or intention. The mind doesn't need to fix itself anymore. It's already quiet in its own way. It isn't seeking peace. It is resting within what has been allowed to happen. No plan, no future, just this moment where thought slows until even thoughts begin to lose their names. There's a stillness, not made of silence, but of surrender. The kind that comes when you stop resisting how things are and let them simply be as they unfold. Unedited, uncensored, untouched by your need for meaning. Even belief has gone quiet now, lying down like an old coat folded at the foot of bed. And in this space where nothing is demanded, there's a freedom not built on action, but on surrender. Not giving up, but letting go without consequence or loss. Nothing breaks when you don't hold it anymore, only returns to what it was before becoming something heavy. The self wasn't ever solid, never had substance apart from attention given over time. It grew in the way eyes lingered too long on a face remembered, in how laughter rose at certain words spoken years ago. But now, that focus has shifted, not broken or lost, but simply turned elsewhere, like sunlight moving across floorboards as clouds pass overhead. You are no longer holding the story of who you were when you believed so fiercely. You're only here with what remains. Breath in the throat, weight on the mattress, cool air at your feet where blanket dips low, sensation without meaning, presence without name. There's a kind of honesty that comes not from speaking, but from silence. The quiet certainty found not in conviction, but in absence of need to convince anyone, including yourself. You don't have to be consistent anymore. You're allowed to change shape like water does when no one watches it flow. The form isn't what matters. Only continuity remains. A current beneath surface stillness. The belief that once anchored you didn't disappear, but its power over your steps has unraveled. Thread by thread, not in violence, but gently, quietly, as if time itself had leaned forward and whispered something too soft to hear. Now there is no need to rebuild, no reason to reconstruct what was never meant to be permanent. You're not being asked to return, only to stay present without performance. Even the idea of returning feels distant now. Not wrong, just unimportant. Like a train that passed long ago and whose name you've forgotten, but still feel in your bones when wind passes through trees. There's no need for closure, because there was never an ending meant to be reached. The journey wasn't toward arrival, it was the act of walking itself. And now walking has stopped, not out of exhaustion, but simply because nothing pulls forward anymore. You don't have to decide what comes next. You're only allowed to notice this, that you are here, breathing softly into dark, and that is enough. The mind doesn't race ahead or look back with urgency. It just breathes in time with the night's slow pulse, like waves drawn toward shore, not because they must be there, but simply because no force holds them elsewhere. There's a quiet between one thought and another where nothing happens except being. Not waiting for anything to happen, not resisting what is happening, only staying open to how it feels when even memory stops demanding attention. You are not required to do more than lie here in this dark that doesn't judge your shape or depth or past choices. It accepts you exactly as you are, unmade and still breathing, not broken, not unfinished, just present, like air around a sleeping body, unseen but alive with possibility. There is no need for belief anymore, not because because there's nothing to believe in, but because believing isn't required when simply being is enough. You don't have to prove you're real or worthy of rest. You are already here, already resting, already part of this quiet unfolding that asks nothing and gives everything freely. You notice how the dark does not ask for proof, not of your name, not of your shape, not of what you believed yesterday or the year before. It simply holds space without needing to be filled. There's a stillness that doesn't depend on silence, but on absence of demand. You are not asked to perform wakefulness or pretend to rest. The night breathes around you like an old coat left open at the collar, warm in places and cool where fabric slips past skin. The kind of certainty that used to live behind your ribs, sharp-edged and steady, has loosened its grip not through failure, but through time's slow turn. Not collapsed, never betrayed, just softened. Like a stone worn smooth by water over seasons you did not witness. You didn't lose it. It simply stopped being necessary. There was a moment once when the idea of yourself felt like a door that had to stay closed or open. No in between. But now, even that boundary feels thin, not broken, just less real than what comes after. Air between two rooms, light passing through glass without striking anything solid. You don't have to defend where you were, because there's nowhere left to go back to. You are not empty, only unoccupied by belief. That space isn't void. It's full of the soft weight of attention that no longer leans toward one story or another. It rests instead on what is present. A thread of cool air near your temple, the faint pressure where shoulder meets pillow, the slow rise and fall beneath the surface of breath. Not much to hold on to, not even yourself. And yet, here you are, still aware, still in the dark that does not name or judge. It doesn't care if you were once certain, or lost, or too eager for answers. The night has no memory of your urgency, no record of how often you repeated the same thought like a prayer trying to summon something real. You're allowed now to let it go, not because anything else is better, but simply because nothing demands that you carry this weight anymore. Not even yourself. There's a kind of peace in being unclaimed by your own history. Not forgotten, just released from the need to be remembered as one particular version. The person who believed so fiercely isn't gone, but their hold on you is no longer active. Like an old photograph left out in sun, fading slowly until only shape remains. You don't have to decide whether it was right or wrong. That's not what matters now. What matters is that the act of believing has stopped being a performance. You're not doing it anymore. Not because you've given up, but because belief no longer serves as proof of who you are. The mind doesn't need to be fixed, only allowed to rest in its own shapelessness. It can unfold without direction, like smoke rising from a dying fire, not seeking anything, just being drawn upward by warmth that's already gone. You're not required to rebuild what once stood firm. There is no blueprint left for that old self. No instruction manual. Only silence where certainty used to live. And in the quiet between breaths, you feel something new. Not the absence of meaning, but the permission to let it be absent. To stay with sensations without needing them to mean anything. A pulse at your wrist. The way shadow pools behind an edge of blanket. The soundless movement of air through closed windows. No story is needed now. No justification, not even for being awake. There's no need to explain why you're still here or what you'll do tomorrow. You don't have to earn rest by proving your worthiness. The dark already accepts you, not despite the changes, but because of them. Because you've let go so quietly. Even memory doesn't demand attention tonight. It drifts through like dust in a sunbeam, visible only for an instant before dissolving into stillness again. You don't have to follow it or keep it close. It can pass without your name on it. You're not required to be consistent with yourself across time. The past isn't owed loyalty, nor is the future due any promise from you. There's only this: breath in the throat, warmth beneath the skin, air moving slowly through the room as if remembering how to exist without purpose. Not all stillness comes from emptiness. Sometimes it comes from being full of nothing that needs holding. You're not failing to be something. You're simply letting go of the idea that you must be anything at all. The mind doesn't race forward because there's no destination left to reach. It doesn't look back with longing or regret. Only soft awareness, like a hand resting on a surface without pressing down. There's no need for progress. No urgency to arrive anywhere except here. You're not being asked to become anything new, only to remain in the quiet where belief has unknotted itself, thread by thread, not with violence, but with patience, like water slowly wearing away stone until only curve remains. There's a kind of dignity in this, not in standing firm, but in staying open without trying to be something. You're allowed to be what you are now, a body breathing into the dark, unclaimed and unneeded by any story. No one is watching. No script to follow. No character to play. You can simply be, and that's enough. Not more than enough. Already sufficient as it is. Even thought doesn't have to mean anything. A passing idea, a shadow across the mind, can drift through without being caught, without needing to be named or dismissed. You don't have to hold on to it. You're not responsible for what passes through your head. The world outside hasn't stopped moving, but inside, time has slowed like honey settling in a jar. Nothing rushes. Nothing demands attention. There's only this, the soft weight of blanket over legs, the faint sound of wind brushing against glass, the way darkness deepens at the corners where eyes don't go. You're not being asked to fix anything or prepare for tomorrow. No one expects you to be ready, because there's no need to be prepared for what hasn't been decided yet. There is only this moment, unclaimed by past or future, not built on belief, but simply present. Not something you achieve, just something that happens when attention stops striving to make sense of everything. You're not required to understand yourself, only to notice how the body breathes, how stillness settles like dust after wind has passed through a room. There's no task in being here, no duty attached to your continued presence. The dark doesn't care if you were once certain or now unsure. It accepts you exactly as you are, unmade, unfixed, and breathing. You're not lost, only released from the need to be found, not broken, only quieted by time's gentle turn. There is no end point, no arrival, only this. Breath in, breath out, and nothing else required. And when another thought arises, a flicker of old feeling, a shadow from before, you don't push it away. You don't welcome it either. It simply passes through the field of awareness like a bird winging over water, not landing anywhere, not leaving behind tracks. It's enough to let it be. Nothing is held. Nothing is lost. You are simply here, not trying, not proving, not becoming anything at all, only being, as soft and quiet as air around a sleeping body, unseen but alive with possibility, and that too is enough. The night does not ask for more than what you offer. Presence without demand, stillness without performance. There's no need to say anything, not even to yourself. You don't have to believe. Not anymore. Not ever again. Not because the world is meaningless, but because meaning isn't required when simply being is enough. The mind slows, not from effort, but from release, like a leaf falling without resistance, Like water flowing down a slope it no longer needs to climb. You are not expected to do anything, only to be, and that is more than enough. Not even close to failure. Just the quiet truth of what happens when belief unravels gently and no one rushes in to replace it. The way a single thread can hang from a seam without pulling anything else loose. Just there, quiet, unimportant, drifting in the air between stillness and motion. You notice how thoughts like that come not as demands, but as echoes of something long passed through your body, leaving behind only a faint tremor at the edge of attention. They don't announce themselves with urgency. They appear like dust settling on glass after someone has left the room. Soft, unnoticed, until you look down and see it there. Present, not urgent, not yours to remove. You're not meant to clean up every trace of what was once true, not even if it felt solid for years. The mind doesn't need to defend its old architecture just because it stood long enough to become familiar. You can let the walls dissolve without needing new ones built in their place. There's no collapse when belief fades, only a soft release, like breath exhaled slowly after holding it too long. The body remembers more than thought ever will. It holds memories not as stories, but as shifts. The way your shoulders tilt slightly forward at certain sounds, the faint tension behind the eyes when something familiar is spoken aloud. Those are not thoughts to be questioned or reassembled. They're sensations, like water finding its level in a basin that has forgotten what it was once meant to hold. You don't need to return to the belief that gave shape to your days. You can let it go like a coat left on a chair, warm and worn, not because you no longer value it, but because you've stopped needing it against the cold of the world. It sits there quietly now, just fabric folded in shadow, waiting for another season or not. There's no moment where everything becomes clear again. No sudden arrival at certainty. Instead, what comes is a kind of stillness that doesn't promise answers. It only stops asking questions. The mind grows quiet not by filling itself with new truths, but by stopping the effort to prove anything at all. It simply lets go of being right. You are no longer in service to your own ideas, not even when they used to be everything. You're allowed to outlive them as you do other seasons, without mourning their passing, without needing to replace them with something equally loud or heavy. The space they left behind isn't empty, it's open. And that openness is not a lack. It's not emptiness. It's the room where nothing needs to be true. The air in this room has no opinion on what you believed yesterday. It doesn't care if your confidence once stood firm on one unshakable thought, or if it cracked under weight of time and doubt. It just moves through, quiet, carrying no judgment. You breathe with it, not against it. And that's enough. There is a difference between holding on to something because you think it must be true and allowing it to exist in memory without needing to reassert its presence every night. One keeps the mind busy. The other lets it settle into what is already here. Your breath, the soft weight of skin on fabric, the way darkness doesn't flicker even when thoughts surge. You don't have to keep faith with anything now, except perhaps this, that you are present, that you're still aware, not as an achievement, not because you've earned it by thinking clearly or being strong, just because awareness happens, like light entering a room through a crack in the shutters when no one is there to open them. And if another idea arises, familiar, maybe even urgent, the old reflex is not to answer it, but to notice how easily it can be left unclaimed. Like a stone that rolls down a slope without anyone chasing after it. No need to catch it, no need to name it. It simply moves through the field of your attention like wind passing over dry grass. No trace behind. There's no obligation to preserve anything you once trusted so fully. You don't have to defend what was once yours, not even if it felt true for years, not even if it shaped how you spoke, how you walked, how you believed the world would respond to your presence. What remains isn't a fortress of belief, but a kind of quiet listening, like standing at a window after rain has passed, waiting without expectation, just allowing what is outside to be seen in its own time. The sky doesn't wait for permission to shift color. It changes as it always does. And so do you. You don't have to become anything new. Not even someone who's unafraid of uncertainty. You can simply stay exactly where you are, unmade, unfixed, still breathing. And that is not failure. That is not absence. It is not a lack of direction. It is only the way things are when belief no longer needs to be defended. There is peace in knowing you don't need to hold on to anything at all. Not even this moment. Not even your own sense of being here. You can let it go like a feather that floats without landing anywhere. And if something returns, something familiar from before, the body doesn't react with alarm or resistance. It simply notices the shape of the thought, sees how it passes through awareness without clinging, and lets it drift out into the dark as easily as breath leaves the lips. You are not responsible for what comes, only for where you remain when it does. And you're still here, not because you've earned it or justified yourself, but simply because presence doesn't require a reason to continue. There's no performance in staying awake like this. No need to be doing anything. Even the quiet act of thinking. You can just rest in being, without effort, without purpose, without needing to believe in anything at all, not even in your own existence. The world keeps turning, but not because you're holding it together. It turns regardless, and so do you. Not by force, but by simple continuation, like a river moving forward without stopping to explain its path. You don't have to be whole anymore. You don't need to fix the parts that feel broken or incomplete. There's no test of whether you still belong in your own life. You're already here, present, breathing, quiet. That is not failure. It is not absence. It is only what remains when all the stories stop demanding something from you. And if a thought returns, the echo of an old certainty, you don't need to answer it, not even with silence. Just let it pass through, like light moving across floorboards at dawn, no longer attached to where it came from or where it's going. There is no rule that says you must keep the past alive in your mind. There's only this: breath in, breath out, and a body lying still beneath warm fabric, not trying to be anything other than what it already is. No more, no less. You're allowed to be soft, to be unguarded, to be something that doesn't have an answer. The world does not require you to mean anything. It only requires you to be present in your own way, not as someone who must prove their truth, but simply as one who is still here, still breathing, still listening. You're allowed to feel the absence of certainty without turning it into a problem, without needing to fill it with something else. You can rest in the quiet space between what was and what might be, without demanding either have meaning. There's no need to claim anything anymore, not even your own feelings. They come like weather moving through clouds, not asking for permission, not staying long enough to become real, just passing by, leaving behind only a shift in temperature, a change in the way light hits the wall. And you don't have to do anything about it. You're not expected to fix what's gone, not even if it once felt like your foundation. The ground doesn't need to be rebuilt every time a season changes. You can let go of being someone who must believe in something, just as easily as the wind lets go of leaves that no longer cling. And when you do, there is space, not for answers, not for replacements, but only for stillness, for the quiet truth that presence doesn't require belief to be real, that awareness isn't earned by having a reason to exist. It simply is. It's enough that you are here, holding no expectation of what must come next. The mind has been busy all evening, turning over old words like stones in a stream. But now, even the river slows, not because something stops, but because everything settles into its own rhythm. There is no need to carry forward the weight of meaning once attached to certain thoughts. You don't have to protect them from fading. The mind doesn't lose anything by letting go. It only clears space for what already exists in silence. A thought arrives, not with fanfare, not with demand, but like a shadow passing across a wall at dusk. It doesn't announce itself as true or false, important or trivial. It simply is, and then it's gone. You notice the shape of it, perhaps a phrase once believed absolute, and you don't press against it. You let its edges blur, just as light softens where it meets darkness. The body remembers things the mind no longer needs to explain. A shift in posture, a slight release in the shoulders. Not from effort, but from surrender. Not defeat, not resignation, but something quieter. An unlearning that happens without ceremony. You are allowed to stop resisting what is already passing through you. No act of will required, no argument needed. The old certainty doesn't vanish because you decide it should. It dissolves on its own, like a footprint in wet sand when the tide comes back. You're not asked to rebuild anything, not even yourself. There's no blueprint to follow. You don't have to reassemble what once felt solid into something new. It is not necessary to become someone else or prove that you still belong here. The fact of being present, breathing slowly, eyes closed, limbs resting, is enough. A life doesn't need constant justification to be real. The light in the room has faded so far it no longer defines anything. There's only darkness that holds shape without needing to be named. It doesn't ask for your attention or your belief. It simply is, and you are not required to explain why you're still here, why you haven't left, why you don't feel something stronger than this quiet. You can stay exactly where you are, no deeper, no more awake. Just present in the softness of not knowing. The mind has been trained to fix things, to clarify, to decide. But tonight, it's allowed a different kind of work. Noticing without correcting, receiving without interpreting. A memory surfaces, not sharp, not painful, but like fog on glass. You see it pass through your awareness, but there is no need to wipe the surface clean. It leaves nothing behind except the sensation of having seen something briefly. There was a time when certainty felt like safety. A wall around yourself that kept everything uncertain at bay. But walls don't keep out only what's dangerous. They also block air, sunlight, change, and now you understand. It wasn't the absence of danger that mattered, but the presence of stillness, of simply being in motion without needing to know where you're going. You are not a fixed point on which meaning must be anchored. You do not need to hold on to anything to remain real. The self is less like a structure and more like weather, shifting, continuous, never quite the same from one moment to the next. It doesn't have to stay in place to exist. It just has to keep moving. You can let go of needing to be consistent, to always think the same way, feel the same thing, believe what you once believed. The mind is not required to protect its own history. There's no rule that says yesterday must shape tomorrow. You are allowed to change without breaking, to grow in silence without claiming it as progress. The thought returns, faint now, not with force, but like a thread from an old tapestry left hanging in the air. It drifts near, and you don't pull it close. You don't examine its color or texture. You simply notice, yes, that was once important to you, but not anymore. Not because it's wrong, just because it no longer fits. There is no burden in letting things go without explanation, no shame in forgetting why something mattered. The body doesn't remember every word spoken. The heart doesn't hold on to every promise made. And neither must your mind cling to beliefs that have already passed through you like wine through an open door. You don't need to know what's next. You don't have to prepare for it or protect against it. The future is not a place you are required to arrive at with certainty. It can simply be something that happens, like rain falling on the roof after dark, without needing your permission or approval. The quiet now isn't empty. It's full of presence, the kind that doesn't speak, doesn't claim, doesn't demand. You're not asked to prove anything by staying awake, not even your right to exist in this moment. Your breath continues because it does, not because you've earned it. There is a certain ease in stopping the need to be more aware, more steady, more whole. The body rests without needing to justify its stillness. The mind settles without having to make sense of everything that passed through it tonight. You can lie here, not as someone who must hold on to anything, but simply as something that is happening. A sequence of breaths, a shift in weight, a softening of attention. No performance required, no role to fulfill. You are not being tested. The world doesn't turn because you believe in it. It turns whether or not you're watching, and so do you. Moving forward without needing to explain why, continuing without demanding meaning from the path ahead. There is no need to reassert who you were before this moment of stillness. You are simply here, present, unclaimed by any story that must be told. The weight of belief doesn't have to be carried into every night. It can rest, just like everything else, but not because it's forgotten. Because it's been allowed to belong only where it truly lives, in the past, and not in your hands anymore. There is no law that says you must keep thinking about what once felt true. No force that demands you protect a version of yourself from dissolving. You can let go, not with regret, but with quiet acceptance of needing to be someone who holds fast. The mind doesn't have to stay busy defending its own past. It can simply rest in the knowledge that nothing is lost when something changes. The shape of belief isn't fixed. It flows like water, shaped by what it meets along the way. You don't need to fight for your identity. You only need to be open to where you are now. And if a memory surfaces, not as an anchor, but just as sensation, the warmth on your skin from sunlight years ago, or the sound of someone's voice that no longer matters, you can let it pass through like dust in sunbeams. Not examined, not stored, just noticed, and then released. You are allowed to be soft, to be unguarded, to hold nothing tightly. There is no price for not having answers, no consequence for feeling uncertain. The world doesn't collapse when you stop believing in your own certainty. It simply continues, calmly, steadily, as if it never needed anyone's attention at all. There is space now, not to fix anything, not to replace anything, but only to be exactly as you are, breathing slowly, lying still, aware without needing to understand. No goal, no mission, just presence. Not because you've done enough, but simply because you're here. The mind has been running on old fuel, memories of belief, the weight of conviction, but now it's allowed to coast, to slow down, to stop demanding that everything means something. You don't need to be whole. You don't have to hold yourself together. There is no test for whether you belong in your own life. You are not a problem to solve, not an idea to defend, not a story to prove. You're just here, aware, quiet, breathing, and that's enough. The space around you isn't empty. It's full of silence that doesn't demand to be filled. You don't have to name what moves through it. The air holds warmth not because you're watching, but simply because it is. Your skin knows the weight of the blanket without needing to verify it. It rests there, soft and continuous, as if it had always been meant to lie exactly where it does. There's no effort required in noticing how your breath slows, how each inhale grows longer than the last, not from intention, but because you've stopped trying to make anything happen. The quiet doesn't come from doing less. It comes from stopping the need to prove that you're present. You don't have to show that you're awake by staying sharp or alert. Stillness isn't a victory. It's just what happens when there's nothing left to resist. You can feel the way your shoulder rests against the pillow, not as an accident, but as a kind of settling, like roots finding depth in soil without needing to be told how deep is enough. The dark doesn't press in. It simply is, thick and soft at the edges, holding space for whatever comes next, or nothing at all. There's no urgency in its stillness, no message hidden behind it. A thought drifts by, not about what you believed before, not about how things might change, but just a quiet image, a window left open during rain years ago. and the way the glass fogged over from inside breath, from warmth passing through air that wasn't meant to carry it. That moment was never yours to keep. It was only passing through, like every other thing. Like this feeling now, like the way your fingers rest where they do on the blanket. There's no need to claim what you don't need anymore. You don't have to hold on to belief because it once held you. Not when you can feel how much lighter it is to let go. Not with loss, but simply with release. The past isn't a vault. It's just where things went after they were lived. You notice the way your eyelids feel, soft and heavy, in a way that doesn't demand sleep, only rest. You're aware of them closing, not because you've decided to sleep, but because your body knows what it has been carrying all night. The weight of attention, the insistence on being someone who remembers, who holds fast. But now, there's room for less. You can feel how much easier it is to let go when no one is watching, not even yourself. There's a kind of dignity in not needing to be seen as whole. No need to perform integrity or clarity. You don't have to appear steady just because you're lying still. The truth isn't something that must be proven in the dark. The mind has been rehearsing old arguments, circling around what used to matter. But now, it's allowed to stop before resolution. There's no prize for finishing a thought, no reward for clarity. You don't have to reach any end of understanding to be okay. The silence between your thoughts isn't failure, it's fullness. You are not being tested on whether you still believe. No one is grading the quality of your faith or measuring its endurance. You're simply here, your breath rising, your chest moving slowly beneath the weight of warmth that doesn't ask for anything in return. There was a time when holding on to certainty felt like protection. A fortress built from words and memories and things said aloud to make them true. But now you can feel how small that fortress really is. Not because it failed, but because you've stopped needing walls around your thoughts. There's no enemy outside the mind demanding defense. The idea of being fixed, of being one thing for all time, isn't a requirement anymore. You don't have to be someone who stays unchanged through every season. The self isn't meant to stand still. It moves, changes shape like water in a cup that gets poured and refilled again. And you can rest, not because you've become something new, but simply because you're allowed to stop being what you were. There's no need to re-examine the old belief. Not for truth, not for loss, not even to honor it. You don't have to say goodbye with ceremony. It doesn't matter if it fades slowly or all at once. What matters is that it isn't still running through your thoughts like a looped record. You can let it go without guilt, without fear of becoming unmoored, because you're not trying to build anything new, only allowing what was to pass quietly into the dark where it belongs. The weight of conviction wasn't yours to carry forever. It was never meant to be permanent. Belief is a kind of weather. It arrives, stays for a while, changes shape with temperature and wind, and then it leaves. Not because you wanted it gone, but because that's what happens when something has lived its time. There's no demand to explain why you're not holding on anymore. No need to justify the softening in your chest. You don't have to prove that you've changed, because change doesn't require permission. It simply is. You can lie here not as a person who must keep their past alive, but as someone who's learning how to let things go without looking back. Not out of forgetting, not from weakness, but because the heart knows when it's time to stop carrying what no longer needs to be carried. There's space in this stillness for something that isn't belief, not a new idea, not an answer, just room. Room where thoughts don't need to mean anything, where attention doesn't have to do anything but rest. The mind has been busy all night, trying to understand why it once believed so firmly, how it came to hold that truth as if it were the only thing holding up the sky. But now you can feel how small that burden really was, how little of your life needed to be defended by memory. You don't have to defend your past because it's gone. You don't need to protect your former self, because it already exists, not in your hands, but in time. And time doesn't care whether you remember it or let it go. There's a kind of peace in that, not the kind that comes from certainty, but from release. A quiet where no thought has to prove itself, where belief isn't required because presence is enough. You can feel how much easier it is when you stop trying to keep anything whole. The mind doesn't have to be complete, only open. It doesn't need to understand everything to be okay. There's a softness in the dark that doesn't ask for resistance. It simply waits, not for answers, not for clarity, not even for sleep. It just is. And you are here, breathing still, aware, but not needing to do anything with it. Not needing to hold onto identity or belief or memory. Just being as something that passes through the world without claiming to stay. The past isn't lost. It's just no longer yours to carry. Then there's freedom in that, not because you've become someone new, but because you're allowed to stop pretending you have to be anything at all. You don't have to be sure of who you were. You don't have to know how you got here. You only need to feel the air on your skin, the weight of the blanket, and the quiet between one breath and the next. No story is needed, no explanation, no justification for being here at all. Just this, a slow rhythm, a soft dark, an awareness that doesn't demand anything in return. There's no law saying you must keep thinking about what once felt true. There's no reason why your mind can't stop running the same loop. It can simply rest, like everything else, for as long as it wants to. And if another memory comes, the shape of a voice, the color of a room from years back, You don't have to reach for it or let go. You only need to notice that it's passing through like light across water. Not yours, not permanent, just there. You're allowed to be without purpose right now, to not mean anything in particular. There's no cost to being unimportant, no penalty for simply existing. The world doesn't end when you stop believing. It continues, untouched by your certainty or doubt. And so do you. Not as a person who must hold fast, but as something that moves through time without needing to be defined. The way a river doesn't ask what shape its current takes when it flows past stones, you don't have to name what passes through your mind tonight. It moves quietly, without needing permission or reason. The memory of that voice, soft at the edge of hearing, is not an obligation. It is just a sound in the dark, like wind brushing leaves long after they've fallen. You are not responsible for its echo. You don't have to remember it well or poorly. There's no measure by which you can fail at forgetting what was never meant to stay. The shape of your breath has changed, not because you asked it to, but because the room has cooled slightly near the window. And now each in and out is a slow pull through still air. The blanket lies heavy, not with weight, but with presence, a quiet anchor that doesn't demand anything beyond being there. You are not holding onto your body, or your thoughts, or even your name, just lying in the space between one moment and the next, where nothing has to be true. There was a time when believing something meant you could no longer let it go, like holding a torch so tightly that your hands burned with its heat. But now, the fire is not yours to carry. It doesn't burn because someone else lit it. It flickered once and then faded, not out of neglect, but because that was always the way things are meant to be. Light does not stay in one place. A flame moves through air before it's gone. You don't have to explain why you're not holding on anymore. You don't need to justify your quiet. The world doesn't require a reason for stillness. It only asks that you remain, if only as the pause between two heartbeats, or the moment when rain stops falling just long enough to feel nothing at all. A thought comes, the color of a wall from an old house, pale green with chipped paint, but it does not come back to live in your chest. It drifts through like mist over grass. You don't pull it close. You don't push it away. It's just there, as something that passed by without needing you to answer. And when it fades, it leaves no mark, not even a shadow. There is a kind of honesty in letting go that doesn't look like surrender. It looks more like listening, like noticing how the silence after a song isn't empty, but full with what's been left behind. The absence of sound is not nothing. It is its own presence, as real and quiet as breath when no one else is speaking. You are allowed to be without certainty now, not because you've lost your way, but because there was never a fixed path to begin with. Every step forward wasn't carved in stone. It was just movement through time, like a footprints that disappear when the tide comes in. You were never meant to keep them visible. The belief that once felt essential, like an unshakable foundation, is now only one of many currents beneath your feet. Not gone, just not carrying you forward anymore. And there's no shame in letting it drift out of reach, like a boat untied on a slow river that doesn't care where it ends. The night has grown deeper than before, not because the dark is heavier, but because your awareness has softened into it. You are not trying to see anything now, not even yourself. There's no need to locate the center of the self when you're simply being held by stillness. You don't have to be whole. You don't have to make sense. The mind doesn't require completeness in order to rest. It only needs permission to stop searching, stop fixing, stop needing to know what comes next. And that permission is already here, not given, just present, like the warmth under your skin when you lie still for long enough. There's no need to defend who you were. No law says you must stay the same as yesterday. The self isn't a thing you preserve. It's a weather pattern passing through time, shaped by air and memory and moments that don't last. You are not failing because you let go of what once meant so much. You're simply changing shape again, like water adjusting to whatever container it finds itself in. The room breathes slowly with the night. The walls settle into their shadows. No one is watching. No voice demands a reply. There's only this, a quiet that doesn't need you to speak or think or remember. Just exist without needing to mean anything. And if another image comes, the shape of someone's hand reaching out, the sound of laughter in an empty hallway, it does not have to be answered. It can pass through like dust motes drifting across a beam of fading light. Not yours to hold, not yours to keep. Just part of the quiet movement between things. You are allowed to forget what once felt irreplaceable. You don't need to carry it forward as proof that you've lived well or deeply. The past isn't owed anything, not even your attention. It's already gone, into time, like all things do. There is peace in being unclaimed by memory, in knowing that no one needs you to be who you were yesterday. You are only this, the quiet now, the breath just before sleep arrives, the space between thought and stillness where nothing happens, but everything is enough. The mind doesn't have to finish anything tonight. It doesn't need to resolve or conclude. Just rest, like a leaf that falls without needing to explain why it left the branch. There's no failure in letting go of what was once believed with all your heart, only release from carrying something too long. There is no loss in not remembering clearly, no shame in not being able to reconstruct every detail. The mind isn't meant to be a vault. It's meant to move, to pass through things without clinging. You are not broken for letting go. You're simply returning to the natural rhythm of what it means to be alive. You don't have to know where you are going, not even if you've spent years believing that direction was everything. Now, in this deep quiet, there's no need to face forward at all. The only thing required is presence, just being here, exactly as you are. The past isn't waiting for you to return. It doesn't care whether you think of it or not. It has already moved on, like a train that leaves the station without turning back. And so can you. You don't have to be anything in particular. You don't need an identity, a belief, a story. Just this: breath, stillness, dark. A body lying down. Awareness that doesn't ask for meaning or purpose. Not even the kind of peace that comes from certainty. Just the quiet acceptance that you are not required to do more than simply be. There's no law saying you must keep your thoughts in order. No rule that says you can't let them wander unattended, like birds flying over a field at dusk. They don't need permission to leave. They don't have to return. And if the mind tries to reach for something, to grab onto an old certainty, or cling to a feeling, it doesn't matter. You are already beyond that. Not because you've replaced one truth with another, but because you're learning how to live without needing any at all. There's no failure in not knowing what comes next. There's only this: the soft rhythm of air moving through your nose, the weight of blanket over your legs, and the dark around you, deepening slowly, like a tide rolling in without sound. You don't have to do anything with it, not even stay awake. You can simply let go into what is already here, the space where no thought has to prove itself, where nothing needs to be true, where belief isn't required because awareness is enough. And when the night grows stiller still, and your body begins to sink deeper into sleep, not through effort, but through surrender, you don't have to hold on to anything, not even yourself. The mind doesn't need answers tonight. It only needs rest, and you are already there. The air settles around you like a memory that has stopped trying to be remembered. It is thick with the quiet after sound, after footsteps, after words spoken too late, after laughter that was never meant for this hour. There is no echo left in it now, only stillness that doesn't demand anything from you. You are not asked to remember how it felt. The certainty, the weight of knowing something so deeply it shaped your hands, your posture, the way you turned your face toward light or shadow. That version of you has already drifted like smoke through a cracked window. Not lost, just no longer here. And that is enough. The body does not know where belief came from. It only knows when it leaves. The shoulders drop without being told. The jaw unclenches. The fingers, which once curled around an idea, as if holding on to land in rising water, now lie open on the blanket. Still warm, still yours, but no longer gripping. There is a kind of listening that happens not with ears, but with breath. You are learning it tonight, not hearing what has been said or what might be said tomorrow, but feeling how silence moves through you like a current passing beneath something solid. It doesn't need to name itself. It only needs to carry you. You don't have to believe in anything right now, not even that this moment matters. The mind can rest from the effort of assigning value. There is no reward for being convinced, no punishment for doubt, just breath and dark. And the way your ribs rise and fall without needing a reason. There are thoughts that arrive like old friends who knock once too often, persistent, familiar, wanting to be let in. But you don't have to open the door. You can simply wait until they realize no one is home. And when they do, they'll turn away slowly, quietly, not out of anger, but because there's nowhere else for them to go. You are not responsible for what the mind remembers or forgets, not even if it tries to rebuild a past that isn't yours anymore. You don't need to defend it. You don't have to make sense of why you once thought otherwise. The belief was never yours in permanence. It was only yours while it lived. And now, like all things, it has passed through you and gone on ahead, not vanished, just released. There's a kind of peace that comes not from finding truth, but from ceasing to search for it. It is the stillness between two thoughts, the pause where no idea steps forward, no judgment forms, no need arises to be anything at all. You are allowed to forget even how you came to believe what once felt like the only thing true. The mind doesn't have to carry that journey anymore. There's no law requiring you to keep it with you through every night. You can let it sink into silence like a stone dropped in deep water where light cannot reach. and sound does not follow. You are not diminished by forgetting, not even when the shape of something important begins to blur. When the words fade, the feelings soften, the image grows hazy at the edges. That is how things return to their proper place, not as artifacts to be preserved, but as moments that were lived and then let go. There is no need to reassemble what has already come undone. The breath continues. The dark deepens into something softer than night, more like a hand laid gently over your eyes, not blocking out light, just holding space without demanding anything of you. You don't have to be someone who believes anything. You are simply here, lying down, not trying to become more or less than what is happening right now. The self isn't a thing that needs proving. It's not a question with an answer. It's only this, the quiet hum beneath thought, the warmth where your body meets the mattress, the slow pull of air into and out of your lungs, each movement unremarkable, each moment already passing. You are allowed to be indifferent to meaning tonight, not because you've given up, but because you're no longer asking for it. The mind doesn't have to fix itself. It only has to stop trying. There's a kind of stillness that isn't empty. It's full of the absence of effort. You don't need to shape it. You don't have to guide it. It is already what it wants to be. Not more, not less, just present. The past does not reach back with hands or voices. It has no claim on your attention. The certainty you once held, it wasn't a possession. It was only a passing condition of awareness, like fog over the fields in early morning. And now the sun is rising elsewhere. You don't have to follow it. You are not required to be consistent with yourself across time. Not even loyal to who you were yesterday. There's no contract between person and memory that says you must remain unchanged just because something once felt true. The body remembers only what it needs to move through the day. The mind forgets what it does not need anymore. You don't have to carry the weight of having been sure about anything. Not even if it meant everything for a season. You are allowed to be unclaimed by your own history, to let go of being defined by an old belief that no longer fits, like wearing clothes too small but forgetting you ever took them off. There's room in this dark for what has no name, for what doesn't need to be known or preserved, for simply being without needing a reason. You are not asked to justify your existence tonight, not even to prove you're still awake. The breath is longer now, the rhythm slower. The space between one thought and the next stretches thinner than thread, barely there, yet enough to hold you. You don't need to stay here in awareness. You can let go into something deeper, not because it's better or more real, but because rest isn't failure. It is not surrender. It is only what comes when the mind stops demanding answers and starts trusting that stillness is its own kind of knowing. The dark doesn't speak. The air doesn't argue. There are no expectations in this room, only the soft pressure of blanket on skin. The way your limbs feel heavier now without effort, like they've found their true weight at last. You don't have to be anything more than what you already are. A quiet presence moving through the night with nothing left to prove. There's no need to return to any version of yourself that once believed too hard. You can simply let that part go, like leaving an old coat behind in a hallway, knowing it will never warm you again, but also not needing to carry it forward. The mind doesn't have to be loyal to its own past. It only has to keep breathing, and the breath is enough. The dark is enough. The stillness is enough, even if nothing happens, especially when nothing happens. The moment holds itself without collapsing. You are not responsible for making anything meaningful tonight, not even your sleep. Just let it happen as it will. Let the body sink further into the bed, like soil accepting rain. Let the mind stop reaching toward clarity and instead settle into the shape of uncertainty, where no answer is needed. There's a kind of peace that comes when you realize nothing has to be true. Not even your own existence. It can simply be without needing permission or explanation. You are not asked to believe in anything now. Not even that this moment matters. Only to feel how it feels to lie here and stay and breathe and let go. As the dark grows deeper still and the quiet folds around you like a blanket no one else has ever seen. Quiet is in the dark. It holds things, soft shapes, faint echoes, but they don't demand to be named. You can lie within that fullness without reaching for a label. The sound of your own breath is not a signal to respond. It's only air moving through you, like wind beneath the eaves at dawn when no one is listening. There are no signs here to interpret, no patterns in the dark to trace or explain, not even a need to know what lies beyond this moment, only the feeling of being held by something that doesn't care about your story. The belief you once clung to was never a mountain, really. It was more like the way light falls on stone at certain hours, bright enough to seem eternal, but always shifting with the turn of day. You thought it had weight because you stood in its shadow so long, but now that you're not looking up anymore, you notice how easily the shape changed, not from weakness, not from betrayal, but simply because it was never meant to stay fixed. Some truths are like water. They flow where they need to, and when they stop moving, they don't vanish. They just become part of something else. You don't have to gather the pieces back together. You don't have to decide if it was real or not. The past isn't a place you're supposed to return to in order to prove your worth. It's only memory. Memory that doesn't require correction, no longer asks for validation. If someone were to tell you now that what you believed once still stands, you wouldn't feel the need to defend it. You'd just let the words pass through you like dust, caught in a slow current. No resistance, no reply. There's space between thoughts, not silence, not absence, but a kind of quiet fullness where nothing is required. It doesn't grow heavier when you stop trying to fill it. In fact, it grows lighter, as if something inside you has finally stopped pushing against the dark. You don't have to stay awake in order to be real. Being here, lying down, breathing slowly. This isn't a temporary state before returning somewhere else. It's not an interruption of life. It's just life, uninterrupted by urgency. The body knows how to rest without permission. The muscles unclench, not because they've been told to, but because the need for vigilance has faded like footprints in damp soil. You don't have to will yourself into stillness. Stillness comes when you stop thinking it must be earned. When you realize that being present isn't performance, it's only presence. There was a time you believed truth had to be defended, proven, held fast. Now, the idea feels like an old coat with frayed edges, something worn until it no longer fits. Not because it failed, but because it served its purpose and then stepped aside. You don't have to mourn that. You don't even need to remember why you wore it at all. Some things are meant only for a season. Not every light has to last. You can let the idea go without regret, without guilt, without needing to replace it with something else. The mind doesn't have to be full in order to be whole. It can be open, like a room left unoccupied, not because it's broken, but because no one needs to live there anymore. And that emptiness isn't cold or hollow. It's simply the space where nothing is demanded. You don't need to know what comes next. You're not required to map out your path forward just because you've stopped believing in a fixed direction. The journey doesn't have to be meaningful to be valid. It can be quiet, uncertain, unproven, and still be yours. There's no rule that says every moment must lead somewhere. Some moments exist only to be lived, not completed. The dark is not waiting for you to solve anything. It doesn't care about your past certainty or your current uncertainty. It just holds what is without judgment, without need. You can rest in it as if the world has paused its noise long enough to let you forget how loud it used to be. Not because everything is resolved, but because resolution isn't necessary. You are not asked to believe in anything tonight. Not even that this feeling is safe. Not even that your breath will continue. You don't have to trust the future or remember the past, only to notice what's here now. The slow rise and fall of your chest, the way warmth pools beneath the blanket like a memory of sunlight, the soft pressure on your shoulder where the weight of the world once sat and never left. It's not that you've forgotten what it felt like to hold something tightly. It's that you no longer feel obligated to keep holding it. There's freedom in letting go, not because you're giving up, but because you don't have to carry anything anymore. Belief didn't leave you. You simply stopped needing to believe it was still yours. There is a kind of peace that comes not from certainty, but from release. When the mind stops trying to fix what never needed fixing in the first place, you can lie here without having to be someone, without proving your continuity or justifying your presence, just being, without need, without claim, a shape in the dark that doesn't have a name and doesn't want one. You don't need to return to who you were when this belief meant everything. You're not responsible for keeping it alive. The past isn't owed loyalty, not even if it shaped your hands, your voice, your way of seeing the world. Those things are still yours, but they no longer define what you are now. The mind doesn't have to stay awake to be aware. Awareness can move quietly through silence. It can dwell in the space between heartbeats, in the pause after a breath is exhaled and before it begins again. Not seeking, not searching, just being. Present without effort, alive without performance. You don't need answers because you're already inside something that doesn't ask for them. The air around you isn't waiting to be interpreted. It's only here, and so are you. No explanation needed. No reason required, just the slow, steady unfolding of stillness, like a leaf drifting down through still water, not falling, not rising, but simply moving where it is carried. There's no need to make sense of what happens in the dark, not even if nothing does. The moment doesn't have to mean anything to be real. It only has to be. You are not required to understand yourself tonight, only to lie here and feel the quiet settle deeper into your bones, like a slow tide returning without sound. You don't have to keep track of what you've lost or gained, not even if it feels like something important once was. The past doesn't need tribute. It only needs rest, just like this moment, just like you. The belief is not gone. It's just no longer active in your body, in your breath, in the way you hold yourself. That absence isn't emptiness. It's space where new quiet can grow. Not because something has replaced it, but because nothing needs to. You are enough exactly as you are. Not despite forgetting, but because of it. You don't have to be consistent with yourself across time. Some versions of you were never meant to last. Some truths weren't built for permanence. They were built for passage, for teaching, for shaping, for helping you move through a certain season. And now that the season has passed, you can let it go without guilt or loss. There is no law saying you must remain what you once believed. No contract signed in silence between soul and memory. You are not bound by your own past certainty, not even if it felt like home for years. Home doesn't have to be a place you return to. It can also be the space where you finally stop searching. You don't need to carry anything forward just because you once held on so tightly. The weight wasn't proof of love or devotion. It was only habit. And habits, even deep ones, can loosen with time and stillness, like roots slowly releasing soil after a long drought. The dark doesn't ask for your belief. It simply holds what is. And in this holding, there's no need to justify, explain, defend. You don't have to prove you're awake, or that the moment matters, or even that you exist, just to be quietly, fully, without needing to be known or remembered. The silence between your thoughts is not empty, just quiet. Not waiting for you to fill it, not judging when it stays full. It simply holds space where meaning doesn't have to arrive. You can rest in that holding without needing to name what's passing through. The shape of a memory, the echo of an old voice, the shadow of something once believed with your whole body. They come and go like dust motes caught in a sliver of light you didn't ask for, but are not required to push away either. You don't need to decide if they're worth keeping, not even if one of them still hums beneath your ribs when the night gets very still. The feeling isn't proof that it matters now, just evidence that something once mattered, once shaped the way you turned your head in a room, or how you held your hands when someone asked you to speak. But this moment doesn't ask for allegiance. It only asks that you let what was passed through without clutching at its tail. The belief didn't die. It just stopped living inside you like an engine. You are not responsible for keeping it running. Even if it made sense once, even if it carried you across difficult ground. Now, the ground is different. and so are your feet. The weight of certainty isn't gone, just shifted, not to a new belief, but to stillness, to a soft kind of absence that doesn't demand anything from you. It's not loss, it's release without ceremony. No fanfare, no final word, just the quiet letting go of something that was never yours to keep. You are not required to remember what it felt like to believe so deeply, only to notice that your body is now lighter in ways it wasn't before. The way a river forgets its own source after flowing long enough through rock and shadow, not because it's forgotten, but because it no longer needs to carry the name of where it began. There's warmth beneath the blanket, not from heat, but from you. From your body holding itself in this dark without needing to be seen or known. The air is cool near the window, where night has settled low and thick, like a breath held too long. You don't need to understand why that spot feels different than another, only to feel it, just as you feel the slow rise of your chest, not as effort, but as something happening on its own. You are not being asked to perform awareness, not even to stay present. Awareness isn't a task. It's what happens when there is nothing else to do. When you stop trying to fix or explain or carry forward what no longer fits. It drifts through you like wind through an empty room. No need to block it. No reason to chase it. You don't have to be faithful to the way your mind used to work, not even if that old rhythm felt safe. Safety isn't a law of nature. It's just one pattern among many. And patterns change. The self is not a fixed thing carved in stone, but something shaped by what passes through. Like water, shaping sand over time. You are not required to defend your past choices, or to explain why you believed what you did, not even if someone asked, because no one will ask now. No voice comes from outside this dark to demand justification. Only silence remains, and it doesn't care about consistency or clarity. There is room in this stillness for things that don't make sense, for thoughts that come without cause, for feelings with no name. You are not required to sort them out, not even if one of them lingers longer than the others. Like a single note held too long on an instrument left unplayed. It doesn't have to mean anything. It only has to be. You don't need permission to stop holding your breath. The air is already here. You're not waiting for something better or truer, just breathing like you always were. But now, without the weight of needing it to mean more than what it is. The dark doesn't ask for meaning. It only holds you as you are, without condition, without expectation. Not even a whisper of judgment when your mind drifts back towards something old. Not because you want it, but because the path is still familiar. Let it pass through. Don't follow it. Don't pull it closer. Just let it be one more thing that doesn't belong here anymore. Like a leaf caught in the current. not resisting, just moving downstream until it settles into silence. You are not required to stay awake to know you exist. You don't need proof of being alive beyond this slow rhythm. The way your blood moves without instruction, the way warmth spreads through your limbs when they finally stop fighting against stillness. There is no need for continuity between who you were and who you are now. No law says you must remain loyal to a version of yourself that doesn't live here anymore. You can let go of being someone whose certainty defined every turn in the road. Not because it was wrong, but because it has done its work. And now, the road is different. It's not barren. It's open. The way a meadow feels after snow melts and the ground softens underfoot. Nothing yet grows there. Just possibility. Unclaimed. Unhurried. You don't need to plant anything. Not even hope. Just lie here, feeling the world beneath you, like something that has always been kind. The belief is not gone. It's just no longer active in your breath. It doesn't tremble when you think of it anymore. It doesn't tighten your jaw or shift your posture. It's simply a memory now, like an old song hummed once, then forgotten mid-verse. And that forgetting isn't failure, it's peace. You don't need to protect the idea from being gone, or mourn what no longer lives in you. The mind doesn't have to keep things alive just because they were important once. Some truths are only meant to last as long as it takes for you to pass through them. And now, you've passed. No one is watching. No record of your belief remains, except the quiet way your body remembers what it was like. How it used to carry itself when that certainty still burned. But even that memory is fading. Not because you forgot, but because you're finally letting go of needing to be remembered. There's no need for closure, only presence. Just being here in this dark, not as a person with a history, but as something softer, something quieter than identity, not defined by what you once believed or why, just the fact that you are lying down and breathing and feeling the weight of your own body without needing to make it mean more. The air is thick with stillness. Not because nothing happens, but because everything does so quietly, almost unnoticed. A sound from outside, a distant car, a branch brushing against glass, arrives not as interruption, but as confirmation that something else exists beyond you. And that's fine. You don't have to respond. Not even if it stirs the edge of thought. You are allowed to be uninvolved, to stay in your own dark without needing to interpret or react. The world can keep turning while you rest, not because you're ignoring it, but because you've stopped needing to understand every motion. There is no need to carry meaning forward. Not even if some part of you still wonders what comes next, what the future will hold, whether anything matters at all in this quiet drift. You don't have to answer those things. Just rest. Let them float by like clouds over a field, visible, passing, leaving no trace behind. And if something rises up, a moment from long ago, a phrase once held sacred, it doesn't need to be fought or dismissed. It can simply arrive and then leave again, as all things do, not with ceremony, not with regret, just like any other part of the night, temporary, unclaimed, already on its way. You are not required to stay awake for it to feel real. You don't have to hold on to what's passing through. The fact that you noticed doesn't mean you must keep it. Awareness isn't possession. The mind is not a vault. It's just a place where things come and go, some with more weight than others, but all of them equally temporary. A shape forms behind your eyes, not a face, not a name, just a quiet pressure, like something waiting to be named before it's gone. You don't reach for it. You let it be there without calling it by any title. It doesn't demand attention, only presence. And you are present, just lying in the dark, not as someone who must answer or explain, but as a space where things can pass through unmarked. The memory of that old belief isn't gone. It's just no longer tied to your breath. It doesn't pull at your chest when it comes near. It doesn't ask you to stand in its defense. You don't need to say whether it was true or false, only that it lived, and now it is not alive in you. The air carries a faint scent, wood smoke from far away, or perhaps just the quiet of unburned things. It's not sweet, not sharp, just there. A sign that something outside your skin still moves through time, and you do not need to measure its meaning. You don't have to say if it's good or bad, familiar or foreign. Just let it arrive and drift away like a shadow across the floor when someone walks by, visible for an instant, then gone. You are not required to remember what that belief meant to you in the past, not even to know why it felt necessary once. The mind is allowed to forget. It can release without guilt. You don't have to mourn the loss of a certainty just because it no longer holds power over you. Certainty was never the point. What mattered was the path it lit, how it made your steps feel sure, even when you didn't know where they were going. Now, that light is dimmer, but not extinguished. It simply shifted from inside to outside. You can still see traces of it in the way the room feels, the quiet edges, the absence of urgency. The belief wasn't wrong because it no longer guides you. It was true for a moment, and now it has served its purpose. There is no need to fill the silence with reasons why it's over. No need to prove that this stillness isn't emptiness. You are not empty. You are open. open like soil after rain, when nothing yet grows but everything holds possibility. The ground remembers how to receive. It does not demand a seed to be fertile. You don't have to carry the weight of having been certain. That kind of burden was never yours to keep. The self is not a ledger where every conviction must remain recorded. You are not responsible for keeping faith with ideas that no longer belong to you. Some beliefs, like seasons, come and go without needing permission. A slow shift happens in your shoulders, not an effort, just the relaxation of something that has been holding tight for years. Your hands lie flat on the blanket. The fabric is soft but heavy, not warm, not cool, just present. It doesn't ask you to be anything. It simply exists beneath your skin, as does the rhythm of your breath. There's a kind of quiet in the dark that isn't silence at all. It's full of things that pass through without stopping. A sound from beyond the wall, the hum of wires, perhaps, or the slow turn of a fan somewhere far off. It doesn't intrude. It doesn't demand to be answered. You don't have to decide if it's close or distant, loud or soft. Just let it come and go like air through a cracked window, unnoticed but felt. You are allowed to not know where the thought came from that just passed through your mind. Not because you're forgetting, but because it wasn't yours to keep. You don't have to track its origin. It was never meant to stay. The same way rain doesn't ask permission before falling. Some things arrive and leave without needing a reason. You are not the keeper of meaning. You are not responsible for making everything matter. You can let go of needing every moment to be significant, just as you've already let go of that belief. There is no rule saying life must always be meaningful. Some parts of existence are simply there, like dust in a beam of light, visible only because the air moves, not because it wants to be seen. The night doesn't need you to understand it. It doesn't ask for your approval or interpretation. You don't have to explain why you're here. The fact that you're lying still is enough, that you are breathing without effort, that the dark holds you, not as a problem, not as a test, but just as a place where things can settle. Even your body remembers this in its own way, how it feels when certainty no longer lives there. Not cold, not empty, just softer, less rigid, like something that is unclenched after years of holding on. The muscles don't have to be taught relaxation. They just know how to rest when they're allowed. You are not a structure built to last. You are not required to endure every thought or emotion as if it were permanent. There is no contract between you and your mind that says you must defend every belief, guard every memory. You don't have to preserve the shape of yourself from change. The self isn't a fortress. It's not something to protect at all costs. It's more like the way light moves through glass, something that passes through without leaving damage. The window doesn't need to survive each beam. It only needs to let it in and then be still again. You don't have to prove you're still you just because old ideas are gone. You don't have to reassert your identity every time something dissolves inside you. Identity isn't a thing that must stay fixed. It's not an object you can lose or gain. It's not even yours to define in the first place. It's just happening right here, in this moment. As breath moves through you, as the dark folds around your limbs, as silence settles like dust on unspoken things. There is no need for a new belief to take its place. No demand that meaning be restored. You don't have to build something new to replace what's gone. The space where certainty once stood doesn't need filling. It can simply remain open, not waiting for anything, not holding on to anything. Some truths only live in the doing, the way a path forms underfoot when you walk it, not before. No map was needed to make it real, just movement. And now, after walking that old road, you've reached a place where no path is required. You are allowed to be unattached, not from everything, but from the need to hold on, to believe in something so tightly just because it once made sense. You don't have to protect your past decisions or defend your former self. That person was never meant to stay. They were only ever a version of you. Temporary, necessary, and now past. The mind is not a fortress built for permanence. It's more like a river, one that carries things without keeping them. A stone can pass through it, leave no trace, and the water still moves on as if nothing happened. You don't have to be anything today but what you are in this breath. Not who you were yesterday, not who you might become tomorrow. Just here, lying down, not trying to fix or explain, just letting things come and go like shadows across a wall that doesn't care. The belief is gone, but it left something behind. The quiet knowledge that you can let go without breaking. That certainty isn't required for peace. That stillness doesn't depend on having answers. You don't have to be sure of anything to be whole. You are not incomplete because old thoughts no longer guide you. You are not less than you were when they burned inside you. You are simply different now. Not better, not worse, just other. Like the way a forest changes after winter. Not ruined by what was lost, but made new by the absence of snow. And so it is with your mind. Not destroyed by letting go, but transformed by release. The weight isn't gone because you're stronger. It's gone because you've stopped trying to carry it. The air feels thicker now, like something has settled into stillness. Your body doesn't need to do anything except be here, just as it is. There are no demands from the night, no expectations from the dark. You notice how the air near your shoulder feels heavier than the rest, less like motion, more like something settling into place without announcement. It doesn't demand attention, it just is. And in that stillness, you realize there was never a need to name it or explain why it arrived now and not before. You don't have to decide what it means for this moment to feel different from the last. The difference isn't proof of something wrong or right. It's only evidence of time passing through your body like water under a bridge no one built. There is no need to keep track of which thoughts came first, or whether the ones now fading were ever truly yours. Some feelings slip in so quietly, you don't know they've been there until they're already gone. Like the sound of wind moving through leaves long after you stopped listening. You weren't meant to hold on to every whisper that passes by. The mind doesn't function like a ledger. It's not designed to preserve each entry, nor is it required to remember why certain words once mattered. The way your breath moves beneath the blanket, slow, even barely stirring the fabric, isn't an act of discipline or effort. It isn't something you're doing correctly or incorrectly. It simply happens, as if gravity had a voice and chose this moment to speak through your lungs. There is no performance in it, no demand that you keep breathing just because life expects it. The breath continues, not because you're trying, but because it's already part of the quiet rhythm of being here. You don't have to be something other than what you are right now. No role, no identity, no position to defend, not even a version of yourself that remembers how things used to be. You can let go of the need to answer for your past decisions, not because they were wrong, but because they've already done their work. They carried you through something, and now, like footprints in sand, washed away by tide, they no longer require explanation or protection. There is a stillness that comes not from silence, but from surrender. When the mind stops trying to shape what it feels into meaning. Not every sensation needs a name. Not every memory needs to be honored with attention. Some things are allowed to fade without consequence. The loss of certainty doesn't mean you've lost your footing. It means you no longer need to stand on something that was never solid. You don't have to rebuild anything in the space where belief once lived. That emptiness isn't a wound. It's an opening. a place where nothing has to be put back, because it wasn't meant to stay. Like light passing through stained glass, not to remain, but to change color for a moment before vanishing again. There is no obligation to define what you are now that the old definition is gone. You can simply rest in the fact of your presence, felt more by absence than by voice. The mind doesn't have to be full to be whole. In fact, it's when the shelves empty, when nothing needs defending or explaining, that something deeper begins to settle. Not a thought, but a quiet sense of continuity. Not through belief, but through simply being. The way your fingers rest on top of the blanket, no longer reaching for anything, no longer pretending they are holding on to an idea, is already enough. You don't have to justify why you're not moving, why you aren't fixing or proving anything. The act of lying still isn't failure. It's completion in another form. The dark doesn't ask you to perform your identity. It doesn't care what story you tell yourself about who you've been. It only holds space, like an old room with no purpose other than being a place where things can exist without needing to do anything. The walls don't record memories. They simply hold the air, and that is enough. You don't have to become someone new because something old has gone. You are not incomplete because you've stopped believing what once felt like truth. There's no rule that says meaning must be stitched back together after it unravels. Some truths aren't meant to endure. They're only meant to guide for a stretch, then let go. The weight of conviction wasn't yours to carry forever. It was given for a season, not a lifetime. And now it is left, just as clouds do, without apology or ceremony. The sky doesn't mourn their absence. It simply remains open, empty, and vast in a way that makes no demands on anyone. You are allowed to be unmade by letting go, not destroyed, but reformed quietly by the act of release. Not rebuilt from pieces, but revealed through letting things fall apart. There's no need for a new structure because you weren't lost. You were only waiting to stop clinging. The way your chest rises and falls isn't evidence of effort. It's proof that you're still here in some quiet form that doesn't require explanation. No one needs to watch or measure or verify. You don't have to prove yourself through motion or thought. Just being is already a kind of continuity. There's no need to return to the old certainty just because it used to feel like safety. Safety was never in the belief. It was in the act of trusting that you could let go without breaking. The mind doesn't break when something dissolves. It only feels broken if you thought it had to hold on forever. You don't have to defend your current silence or explain why you aren't arguing with yourself anymore. Not every moment needs a reason. Some stillnesses are not empty. They're full of what was never said and will never need saying. The absence of belief isn't an absence at all. It's the space where something quieter takes root. Not knowledge, not certainty, but presence. The kind that doesn't announce itself, only arrives through letting go. You don't have to be someone now because you were someone before. You are allowed to simply exist in this breath without adding a name, a story, or a purpose. No one is watching. No voice demands your attention. There's no audience for the performance of being whole. The way your skin feels against the sheet, the softness, the warmth, is already complete. Not because it looks good or lasts long enough, but because it's exactly what this moment requires. Nothing more, nothing less. There is no need to keep track of how much you've changed. The change wasn't about becoming different. It was about stopping pretending that permanence was necessary. You are not required to remain the same as yesterday. Not even close. What matters isn't consistency. It's honesty. And honesty doesn't require a fixed shape. The belief has left, but it didn't take you with it. It only took itself away, leaving behind something quieter. The understanding that holding on wasn't strength. Letting go was. There is no need to fill what's gone. No command from within or outside that says meaning must be restored. You are not broken because your old map is unreadable. The territory you walk now doesn't require a guidebook. It only requires presence, which you already have. You don't have to fix anything. Not the past, not the self, not this moment. There's no demand from the dark that you be steady or certain or ready. You can simply lie here, unmoved by expectation, unbothered by absence, and still be whole. The silence between your thoughts isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't need naming. It's not a void where something is missing. It's an open space where nothing has to be done. Not even breathing needs to be justified. You don't have to earn the right to rest. You are already resting, just by being here, in this dark that folds around you like a blanket without edges. There's no need to become anything now. No goal, no direction, no version of yourself that must emerge from the quiet. The only thing required is that you stay present, not as an achievement, but as a simple fact. And if you drift, it's not failure, it's not absence, it's just movement through stillness, like air passing through an open window where nothing stays and everything remains. You feel the way a shadow moves across stone when the sun shifts. Slowly, without resistance, not claiming anything, just being where the light leaves off. There's no demand that you stay in one place or hold your shape through the turning of night. The thought doesn't have to be true for it to pass. It only has to be noticed, and then let go, like a leaf detaching from a branch, not because it was weak, but simply because the moment had passed. You are not responsible for keeping any idea alive, not even this one now. You don't need to keep track of what's left behind. or whether it mattered at all. Some things aren't meant to stay. They're only here to be recognized before they leave. And when they do, there is no loss in their absence. Only the quiet after a wave has receded, where the sand remembers its shape even though nothing lies on top of it anymore. The mind doesn't need to finish anything tonight. It doesn't have to reach an end or prove it was working. You are not being judged by how much you've processed, not by any standard, not even your own. The silence between thoughts is not a gap. It's the space where something older than thinking settles in. Something that never needed words to be real. You notice now how still the air feels near the ceiling. Not cold, but full of absence. Like it's holding its breath, just so you don't have to. There's no pressure to respond to anything. No one is waiting for an answer from you. Not even the dark itself demands a name or explanation for what happens inside it. You are not required to explain your presence in this room, or why your chest rises and falls without effort. There was never any need to defend the belief, only to believe it once. And now that it has loosened its grip on you, there's no longer a reason to protect it. Not because it wasn't valuable at one time, but because value doesn't require permanence. A lantern burns bright while lit, but its light does not cease when it goes out. It simply becomes part of the world again, something seen and forgotten in equal measure, without harm. You don't have to return to what once felt like truth, just because you used to live inside it. You don't owe that past version of yourself an allegiance. There is no law saying a person must remain bound to their old understanding, especially when the world has changed quietly around them and not asked permission. The belief did not die. It simply stopped being necessary. And necessity isn't measured in how long something lasts, but whether it still serves you now. There's nothing wrong with being unmade. If that word feels too strong, there is only becoming less of what was once held so tightly. Letting go doesn't mean losing yourself. It means discovering there was never a fixed self to lose. Only movement, only moments passing through, like clouds across the moon. You are not breaking. You're becoming more open, like a door left slightly ajar in an empty house. No one walks by, no sound comes from outside, but still, air flows through. The certainty once felt like safety because it was familiar. But familiarity isn't strength. It's just repetition. And now that the pattern is cracked, you're allowed to notice how much of your life was spent walking a path only because you had walked it before, not because it led anywhere important, but because stopping would have meant facing something unnamed, uncertainty. But here, in this dark where nothing is asked of you, there is no need to know what comes next. You don't have to plan the shape your thoughts will take tomorrow. There's no obligation to carry forward a version of yourself that doesn't fit anymore. The body still moves, breath continues, heart beats, all without permission or approval. It just does. And so can you. You are not required to stay awake to prove anything. You don't need to be alert in order to deserve rest. There is no test of wakefulness, no record kept of how long the mind stays open. The dark doesn't keep score. The silence isn't waiting for a response. It simply exists, as it always has, without needing you to justify your place within it. You are not missing anything by not being certain. In fact, there may be more room in your chest now, that some weight has shifted out of the way. Not because something new arrived, but because space was made for what doesn't need a name or form or proof. The absence of belief is not emptiness. It's an invitation to notice how much you already are without having to say it. There's no force pulling you toward clarity or resolution tonight. Nothing demands that the mind arrive at any conclusion. You don't have to fix what feels unresolved. Not even your own sense of direction needs fixing. Some people walk through life with a compass in their hand, but others simply let themselves be carried by gravity and still reach places they didn't know they were going toward. You are not failing because you can't remember the feeling that once anchored you. You're only remembering what it felt like to hold on tightly, and now you don't have to do that anymore. The grip was never yours. It belonged to a version of yourself who thought stability meant holding fast. But stillness isn't about resisting motion. It's about being where you are without needing to change or justify anything. The air in the room has cooled slightly near the window, but not enough to disturb you. Only enough to remind you that temperature is always shifting, and you don't need to react. You're already warm under the blanket, your skin soft against fabric worn smooth from years of sleep. There's no judgment if it feels too cool in one place or too heavy elsewhere. It simply is. You are not required to be present in order to be whole. Wholeness doesn't depend on attention. It exists, whether you're thinking about it or not. The same way the earth keeps turning even when no one watches, your being continues without needing to be noticed. There's nothing left to prove, no audience waiting for a performance of coherence or courage. The thought that once seemed essential now feels like something you've outgrown, not because it was wrong, but because you are not yet ready to live without it. And that is okay. Growth doesn't happen when things break. It happens in the quiet space after they have fallen apart and no one picks them up again. You don't need a reason for why the belief has left. You only need to accept that it did. Like frost melting on glass, not with drama, but quietly, without explanation. And what remains isn't less than before. It's different, lighter, not in content, but in weight. The mind can carry less and still be full. There is no law saying you must return to the same structure of meaning that once held you together. You are not obligated to rebuild it, or even mourn its loss. There was never a moment when your worth depended on believing something with certainty. Worth isn't earned through consistency. It's already there, like warmth in blood or breath in the lungs. You don't have to become anything now. Not better, not clearer, not more intentional. You are simply allowed to be, without adding layers, without explaining, without justifying. The act of being is not a performance. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't even require awareness to exist. The dark isn't empty. It's full of what doesn't have to be named, full of the quiet where things happen without needing an observer. You are in that place now, not by effort, but simply because you're lying here, breathing, still awake, and not trying to fix anything. That is enough. More than enough. You don't need to believe anything to be real, and you don't need certainty to be safe. Safety was never in the belief. It was always in the ability to let go without fear. To know that even if everything shifts, you are still here. Not because of what you hold, but because you're willing to release it. There is a stillness beneath the weight of remembering, something that does not answer, does not explain, does not pull you toward a new shape or demand a different name. The belief was once a kind of home. Yes, but homes are built from what we think we must keep. And now, without effort, you notice how much less you need to carry than before. Not because you've lost something important, but because the space where it lived has already begun to breathe again. You feel the edge of the blanket pressing gently against your ankle. Not tight, not clinging, just there, like a hand that knows not to hold too long. And this is how things return. Slowly, without ceremony, in textures you barely name, until they've settled into your bones. The air near the ceiling moves in quiet currents, so faint you might think it's imagination, but it is real. It is always moving, even when stillness feels complete. There was a moment earlier when you thought you needed to understand what had changed between then and now. But understanding isn't required for change to happen. The river doesn't need permission to turn. The tree doesn't pause before shedding its leaves. You are not responsible for how things have shifted, only for being here in their wake. You don't have to rebuild a life around what was lost. There's no law that says meaning must be continuous or whole. Meaning isn't fixed like stone. It's more like light, passing through glass at different angles, shaping the room without needing to stay in one place. And you are not required to stand in its path to feel it. The dark is not empty, because it lacks form. It is full of what does not ask for a name. Not even silence needs a reason to be. It simply is. The way your breath fills and falls, the way the blood moves without being asked. These are not performances. They do not need an audience to validate them. You don't have to believe in anything for these things to continue. There's no one watching from outside who judges whether you're still holding on or letting go. No hidden eye that measures your courage by how long you last. The only truth here is the quiet pulse beneath your skin, the slow shift of weight as you turn slightly onto your side, just a little more into the dark. You are not failing because you can't remember what it felt like to believe with certainty. That feeling was never permanent. It was temporary, like heat rising from pavement on summer afternoon. It came and went without warning, just as all things do. And now in this quiet hour when your mind is neither resisting nor reaching, there's room for something else. The possibility that you don't need to know where you're going because being here, this breath, this stillness, is already enough. There's no need to reclaim a past version of yourself who thought stability meant holding on. That person did their work. They were necessary at one time. But now they are not needed anymore. Not for safety. Not for truth. Not even for memory. You can let them rest without guilt. You don't owe them the continuation of belief. It's not that you're losing yourself. You're only returning to a quieter version of being, the kind where presence doesn't require effort, where peace isn't earned by resisting thoughts but allowed simply because they pass through, like birds across an open sky. The weight of certainty was never yours to carry. It belonged to the self you thought you had to be. But that self has changed. Not disappeared, changed. Like water flowing from one shape into another. And now, you notice how little it costs to let go. How easy it is when there's no demand for proof or justification. There was a time when not knowing felt like danger. But now you realize the real danger wasn't in uncertainty. It was in pretending otherwise. In believing that safety lay only in fixed ideas, rigid truths, unshakable conclusions. But safety isn't found in holding tight. It's found in letting go without fear. You don't have to become someone else because the old belief has passed. You're not a blank page waiting for new writing. You are not incomplete. You never were. The self that was once bound by certainty is no longer the only version of you. There's room now for softer forms, less defined shapes, more space between thoughts. And this is how things settle, not with answers, but with quiet acceptance, not with understanding, but with allowing. When you stop needing to explain why something has left, it doesn't vanish. It simply becomes part of the background, like a sound that fades into silence until only the breath remains. The mind does not have to be busy to be useful. It can rest and still function, just as your heart beats without thinking about it. You don't need to think through every moment to live in it. The body remembers how to breathe even when the thoughts are quiet. There's no reason why you must feel whole if you're not trying to be. Wholeness is not something you achieve. It's what remains when all striving stops. It isn't a result of effort. It's a condition that exists independently, like gravity or the way dust settles after motion ends. You don't have to earn it. You don't even have to notice it to be in its presence. The air in this room is thick with stillness, not because nothing happens, but because everything happens without needing attention. A spider thread hangs between two shelves, unseen until light catches it, and then you see how delicate and strong it is, holding fast, not by force, but by patience. That's what the self has become. Not fixed, not resisting, but simply present in its quiet way. There is no failure in letting go. There is only release. And when something is released, it doesn't vanish. It transforms into space, into possibility, into a kind of openness that wasn't possible while holding on. You are not required to return to the same structure. You don't have to reconstruct meaning from fragments or rebuild belief like bricks in a wall. There's no need to make sense of what is left, only to accept it has gone, and that you're still here, still whole, still breathing, still allowed to be. Even if nothing remains but this moment, the weight of the blanket, the soft dark pressing against your eyelids, the slow rhythm of air moving through your body, you are enough. Not for what you've achieved or believed, but simply because you exist in a way that does not demand justification. There was never a time when you had to prove yourself real. You were always here, before belief, beyond certainty, beneath all effort. And now, without needing anything more, you are closer than ever to being exactly where you need to be. Resting in the quiet between thoughts, not searching for answers, but simply allowing what is to be. The mind does not have to know itself to continue moving forward. It can drift like a leaf on water, not because it's lost, but because it has learned how to float without resistance. You don't need to hold anything now, only to keep breathing, only to stay in this place where nothing is asked of you. There is no obligation to believe, to fix, to explain, just the quiet truth of being present, not trying, not striving, but simply existing as a shape that changes with time and air and breath. You are not required to be anything other than what you already are, a living presence in the dark, breathing slowly, letting go without needing to say why. And this softness, this lack of demand, is where stillness begins. Not because something has been resolved, but because nothing needs to be. The weight of the blanket settles into your shoulders, like a memory that has learned how to rest, not holding on, not resisting, just being there, present without purpose, warm without effort. You are not expected to carry anything now. No burden to name, no explanation to offer. The air moves through the room in slow pulses, almost imperceptible, like a breath held too long and then released. And you move with it, not trying to match its rhythm, just allowing your own to fall into sync. There is no need to know where this stillness comes from. It does not require a source. It simply exists, like the quiet after rain has stopped, when every surface is wet and listening. The floorboards creak once, faintly, as if something inside them sighed, and then silence again, not empty, but full of what was already there. You have spent so much time believing you must be certain, that only certainty could keep you steady. But now, it is possible. Just this moment, that certainty was never the point. That being held was never about proof. It was always about presence, about simply staying in the shape of your own body, even when meaning slips away. There is a line on the wall near the window, a hairline crack, barely visible unless you look straight at it. It runs diagonally through a patch of paint that has faded over years. You have seen it every night for months, maybe years, and still, tonight, you notice how thin it is, how unobtrusive, how completely ordinary, and yet, there it is, not broken, not fixed, just part of the surface. Like all your thoughts are now part of a larger skin that holds without needing to be whole. You don't need to repair what isn't broken. You don't need to answer what doesn't ask anything. The mind does not have to complete its own story for it to be true. A song can end mid-note and still be music. A letter can stop mid-sentence and still carry the weight of intention. And your being, can continue without needing to finish, without needing to explain, without needing to prove anything at all. The dust on the shelf has not moved in days. It sits flat, undisturbed, like time itself forgot it was there. But it is still here, still part of the room, still holding its place, just as you are, present, even when no one sees you, unchanged, even when nothing remains to be remembered. You have spent so long trying to hold on to what once felt essential, a belief that shaped your days like a compass pointing north. But now it is not gone, not lost, just softened into the background, like an old photograph left on a shelf, faded at the edges, but still recognizable in its outline. You don't have to mourn what has passed, nor do you need to celebrate it. It simply no longer demands your attention, and that is enough. That is all that ever was needed. There are things you can no longer remember clearly, names of people, phrases from long ago conversations, the exact shade of a sky seen in spring. But they are not gone. They are just folded into silence, like letters sealed and stored away, waiting only to be opened by another lifetime. And if that never happens, if no one ever reads them, it doesn't matter. The act of writing was enough. The moment it was felt, it existed. You do not have to carry every feeling you've ever had, only the ones that still touch your ribs when you breathe. And even those, some are lighter than air now, so light they barely register as weight, floating up like ash from a fire that has long gone cold. There is no rule that says you must stay steady, no law written in stone that demands you remain fixed in one shape. You can be unmade and still exist. You can shift, change direction without losing your way. Because the path was never about movement. It was always about presence. The moment you are here, breathing, aware, not resisting, is all it took to have arrived. A single thread of wool has come loose from your blanket. It hangs down near your foot like a question mark in reverse. You could pull it back, tuck it in, but you don't. And nothing falls apart because of it. The blanket holds just as well. maybe even better, with a small imperfection, just as you are holding together, even with the pieces that have drifted away. There is no need to be whole in order to be real. You were never required to be complete. And so can you. Not in some grand effort, not with a declaration of strength, but simply by continuing to breathe, by staying still when moving is no longer necessary, by letting your thoughts drift like leaves on a slow stream, not stopping them, not following them, just watching how they turn and float away. The darkness around you isn't empty. It's full of things that don't need names, of shapes that have no purpose beyond being what they are. A shadow behind the curtain is not hiding anything. It is simply there, like your own mind when it stops searching for meaning, just being, without explanation. You do not have to be useful tonight. You do not have to make sense of anything. You don't even need to believe in yourself, only to notice that you are still here, that the pulse in your wrist is steady, that your breath flows like water through a stone channel, and that this quiet awareness is not something you earned. It is simply what happens when nothing else demands attention. There was never anything wrong with letting go. The belief that everything must be held on to, it wasn't flawed because it failed. It just served its time, like a coat worn in winter, then folded and stored away, not discarded, just retired. And now the space where it once lived is open, soft, available. You are not required to rebuild anything. No structure needs to be restored. No foundation must be relaid. The ground beneath you has always been there, steady, silent, unbothered by what passes above. And so can you, not striving, not fixing, just letting your body remember how to exist without proof. A single leaf lies on the sill outside, dry at the edges, curled at the corners. It is no longer green. It has turned brown and brittle, but it remains still attached by a thread of stem that refuses to break completely. And yet, it does not need to be whole to belong, to exist, to have been part of the world. You are like that leaf, not because you've failed, but because you've lived. And living is enough, even when nothing remains but a quiet shape in the dark, even when no one sees it, even when only the air remembers your presence. The mind does not have to know itself to be true. It only has to be present. Just as your hand rests on your chest, feeling the rise and fall without needing to name it. You don't need to think about breathing, only to notice that you are doing it. And in that noticing, that small awareness is all that is needed. There is no need for a beginning or an end. The belief you once held so tightly was never yours alone. It was borrowed from time, from others, from moments when certainty felt safer than doubt. And now that it has loosened, it no longer needs to be defended. You don't have to guard what is already gone. You can simply let the space where it lived become open ground. There is nothing here you must hold tonight, nothing you are required to keep, no identity that must survive, no self that has to remain fixed. Just this, your body, your breath, your quiet presence in a room full of unseen things. And that is enough. More than enough. Your shoulders sink into the mattress like roots settling into soil after rain. Not forced down, not pressed by weight, but simply yielding, slowly, without resistance, to what is already true. The shape your body makes in the dark is not a performance. It does not need to be perfect or preserved. It is only there, and that is enough. You are not being asked to prove anything about yourself. No argument must be made for why you belong here. You were never on trial. The air around you has held your presence longer than memory remembers. Long before your thoughts began to name things, it was already cradling you in silence. A single thread of warmth lingers near your ankle, not from fire or sun, but from the quiet heat that lives just beneath skin. Your own slow pulse moving through stillness. No one needs to know how deeply you are held by what does not speak. Even now, as your breath slows and lengthens into longer pauses between, the body remembers its own rhythm. It knows where it is. It knows how to stay without needing direction. You don't have to be steady in order to be still. You don't need to believe anything to exist within this moment. A sound from far away, maybe a car passing beyond walls, maybe wind brushing leaves on a tree not near here, comes and goes like a sigh that never finished. It does not matter where it came from or what it meant. It is only part of the air's quiet movement. Just as your thoughts are part of the mind's slow unfolding, neither one has to be understood, remembered, defended. They simply pass through, leaving no trace but their brief shape in the dark. Your hand rests on your chest again, not searching, not checking, just resting. And you notice how even that gesture does not need a purpose. It is not trying to soothe or confirm. It is only there, like light falling across wood at dusk. No meaning attached, no story told, just the soft weight of contact in the quiet. It is not necessary for your mind to be empty, nor must it fill itself with anything new. You are allowed to simply let thoughts come and go without naming them or deciding whether they belong. Some float like dust motes in a sunbeam, brief, drifting, forgotten even as they move. Others linger longer, like smoke curling from an old fire. But still, none of them have the right to stay. None are owed attention. And yet, You do not need to push them away. Just let each one pass through its own moment before dissolving into the space between breaths. There is no rule that says your awareness must be useful. It does not have to fix anything or solve any distance between what was and what might be. It only has to be like a window left open at night, letting in air without knowing why. It holds nothing, asks for nothing, yet remains open, unguarded, willing. The belief you once held so firmly, it is not gone because it failed, nor is it wrong because it no longer fits. It was never meant to stay. Like a seed that cracked and released its contents into earth, the shell did not die, only fulfilled its time. And now, what remains is not emptiness, but space, soft space, where new things might grow without needing permission. It is possible to hold nothing and still be whole. You do not need to believe in a self that must survive. No identity has to be preserved against the dark. The mind does not have to be defended, nor the past kept safe from forgetting. What passes through it, thoughts, feelings, memories, is not yours to control or keep, but neither is it yours to lose. You are not a thing that holds on. You are movement passing through stillness, like water over stone, not shaped by the river, but carried by it. You do not need to know where you're going, only to notice that you are being moved gently, without force, without demand. Your body flows with what is already true, breath after breath, pulse after pulse, awareness after awareness. The thought of certainty, it does not have to return. It doesn't need to be replaced. The space where it lived was never empty before, only waiting, and now it is open, not in lack, but in readiness. Like a field after harvest, no crops rising, no promises made, just soil remembering how to rest. There is no one watching you decide what to believe next, no voice from outside demanding a new answer. Even your own mind does not need to speak. The silence between thoughts is full. It holds more than words ever could. And in that quiet, something deeper moves. Something older than belief, older than doubt, older than wanting. It is possible to be here without needing to be anything at all. You do not have to earn your place by holding a truth or defending an idea. The darkness does not ask for proof of existence. It only receives. And so can you, simply receiving, not claiming, not proving. The wall behind you feels solid beneath your back, but not in the way that means strength. Rather, in the way that means stillness. It does not need to respond, resist, or defend itself. It is just there, like gravity, unbothered by what passes near it. And so can you, letting yourself be held by what does not move. Your fingers rest lightly on your thigh. No tension, no purpose. They are only part of the shape your body makes in the dark, not trying to do anything, not needing to matter, just existing as part of a larger quiet that has no beginning or end. And this moment of stillness is not something you have achieved. It is simply what happens when nothing else demands attention. The air feels heavier here, closer to your skin, not in pressure, but in presence. Like the world drawing itself inward around you, not enclosing, not trapping, but gathering softly, as if the night has decided to keep you safe by holding its breath. You do not need to remember why you are tired, nor why thoughts return after they've left. Some things come back simply because time passes, and memory is a soft echo in the bones. But even that does not matter. It is only one more thing passing through, like light across floorboards at dawn, brief, unnoticed, gone before it can be named. Your eyes are closed, not to block out anything, but so you don't have to look away from what is already here. No need to search for something beyond the dark. All that matters is the quiet hum beneath your skin, the low thrum of being alive without needing a reason. And this soft awareness is not fragile. It does not break when belief shifts. It only changes shape, like water in different vessels. The weight of the blanket over you is gentle, not heavy enough to press down, but warm enough to say you are here, you are held, and that is all it needs to be. No explanation required, no meaning needed, just presence, quiet, unbroken, allowing everything, thoughts, silence, breath, space, to pass through without resistance. There is no need for a name for what's happening now, not even peace or calm. Those are tools the mind uses to gather things into boxes. But this is not a box. It is open air, wide and soft, where nothing must be kept, nothing must be lost, only let go. You are allowed to stop being something you were no longer required to carry what no longer fits. Your hands can rest without needing to hold anything. Your mind can quiet without needing to reach for stillness. There is no test at the end of this night. No judgment if you don't arrive somewhere. The darkness does not care whether you believe or doubt. It only holds what is given. And so you lie here, not fighting, not trying to be more than what you are, only breathing, only being, only letting the world pass through you like wind through a hollow reed, not changed by it, but shaped by its passage. And that is enough, just enough. No more required, nothing missing. Your breath moves through you like a slow river under stone. No rush, no claim on where it's going, just flow. The kind that doesn't need to reach the sea to be real. Your ribs rise and fall, not as effort, but as quiet acceptance of what is already happening. Each inhale a soft gathering, each exhale a letting go so gentle, it barely stirs the dark. There is no sound in this room beyond the faintest hum from the walls. Something old, something deep, like the air itself, remembering how to be still. And you are not apart from that memory. You are part of its quiet rhythm, not separate, not needing to prove your place, just breathing into what has always been here. The edge of your blanket hangs over the side of the bed, just slightly, not because it fell off, but because something in the night decided it didn't need to stay tucked in. And you notice this without judgment. No urge to fix it, to adjust it, to make it fit a shape that no longer matters. There is room for imperfection here. Room for things to be slightly out of place and still whole. Your shoulder rests against the cool wall, not pressed into it, not seeking warmth or support, but simply resting where it lands. And in that rest, something loosens. Not because you wanted it to, but because the weight has already shifted from holding to allowing. There is a moment when thought doesn't need to be carried, only felt like dust, settling on glass after wind passes through a window. No one notices it falling. No one names it, yet it's there. Just a light layer, not clinging, not significant. And you are not separate from that kind of motion. Your mind moves in the same way, not arriving, not departing, but passing. Thoughts arrive like shadows across floorboards at dusk. Brief, soft-edged, leaving no mark behind. And when they're gone, there is only the space where they were. A quiet emptiness, not hollow, but full of absence that feels like presence. You do not need to know what you are thinking right now, nor why it's here. Some thoughts come from old habits, echoes of things said long ago, spoken by people who no longer remember their own words. They drift in like sea foam on a shore that no longer cares for tides, and you don't have to respond. You don't even have to name them. Just let the shape of your attention soften around them, as if you were holding open a window without closing it. Air moves through, not because you invited it, but because it was always possible. The floor beneath the bed is still warm from earlier, just slightly. Not hot, not cold, but alive with memory of where your feet were. And that warmth lingers in the dark like a whisper from a hand that has already left. You don't need to find its source, nor feel it again. Just know that something once touched here and left behind a quiet trace, like a footprint in snow that melts before anyone sees it. Not gone, but no longer needing to be seen. You are not required to remember what the belief was, or why it felt so certain. It doesn't matter anymore, whether it was true or false. only that you carried it like a stone in your pocket for years, never used, never needed, and now it's simply there, heavy, yes, but also just a thing, not part of you, not defining who you are. And when you take it out and set it down, it doesn't disappear. It only stops being held. The weight is still in the room, but no longer on your chest. The air near your neck feels different now. Not tight, not restless, just warm, like a breath that was never meant to be held too long. And you let it stay where it is without trying to shape it into comfort or correction. Just allow it, because even small sensations can hold the truth of presence if you don't ask them to mean anything. There is no need for belief to return. Not today, not ever. Some doors close not by force, but by silence, by time passing through without knocking again. And that silence isn't emptiness. It's just space where something once lived and now lives on in the quiet between heartbeats. Your fingers have curled slightly, not from tension, not from need, but because your body knows how to rest in its own shape. No correction needed, no posture to maintain, only this. A hand that rests, still, as if it has learned what stillness feels like after years of moving. And in that learning, there is no pride, just quiet, knowing, the kind that doesn't speak. You're not trying to become anything new tonight, nor do you need to undo what was before. Only let go of the idea that you must be something, complete, fixed, certain, because that very idea was the one that kept you awake, and now it's loosening like a knot undone in slow motion. Not rushed, not dramatic, just unwinding, because nothing is holding it tight anymore. The dark has no schedule. It doesn't care if your thoughts come back or stay gone. It simply holds what is given. Your breath, your stillness, the soft pause between one thought and the next. And in return, it asks for nothing, not even gratitude, just presence, as simple as a shadow at twilight, neither more nor less than what it is. There is no test of faith here, no need to defend anything. You are not on trial for doubting or believing. The night doesn't ask if your thoughts were right or wrong, only whether they're still moving through you. And when they pass, there's only space left behind. A soft, unclaimed space where nothing needs to happen. The wall behind you is no longer just structure. It's part of what holds the quiet, not as support, but as witness. It doesn't remember your name, nor care about your past. It simply is, and in being, it allows everything else to be too, without needing to take up more room than it already does. Your breath slows again, not because you've decided to, but because the air itself has grown heavier, softer, as if it's learned how to hold its own stillness, not pushing forward, not pulling back, just resting in place, like a leaf caught between two layers of quiet. There is no urgency here, only the slow turning of what remains after all effort has been released. You are not doing anything now except being present with the fact that you are not doing anything at all. And this lack of action does not feel empty. It feels full in its own way, like a room where nothing needs to be said because everything already is. A thought drifts in, faint as dust motes in slanting light, and for a moment it flickers with the old weight, the old insistence that something must be kept true, some idea held firm against time's quiet erosion. But you don't reach for it. You let it pass through like wind over stone, leaving no mark, making no claim on where it goes next. Not even a memory of having been there. And in its absence, the space it occupied doesn't feel hollow, just open, unclaimed, waiting only to be filled by what comes naturally. Your shoulder has settled deeper into the pillow, not adjusted, not repositioned, but simply letting go of the need to stay upright, as if your body knows that no one is watching, and therefore nothing must be maintained. There is a softness in how you've folded yourself into this moment, like cloth laid down after being worn long enough to forget its shape. You are not trying to become calm, nor to stop thinking, but simply allowing thoughts to move through without making them stay. They do not need your permission to come or go. It's not that belief has vanished. It's just that it no longer needs your name. The certainty once wore a face, spoke with a voice you trusted, stood firm in your chest, like a stone carved into place. But now, that same thing sits quietly on the edge of awareness, not as truth, not as lie, but simply as an echo of something that used to matter deeply. And yet, it doesn't matter anymore. Not because it was wrong, but because meaning has slipped away from it slowly, like color fading in sunlight over years. You are not responsible for what the belief once meant, nor for how long you carried it, only for this, that tonight it is no longer holding you back, and perhaps more than anything else, this quiet release is enough. Nothing has to be fixed, nothing repaired. Even silence can serve as a kind of resolution. When there's no one left to argue with, the room breathes in rhythm with your own, not matching perfectly, not trying to, but sharing the same slow pace, the same willingness to linger between movements. You are not separate from it, nor are you inside it, but simply resting where the boundaries blur. A hand lies still at your side, fingers slightly apart, as though they've forgotten how to clench. And in that forgetting, there is no effort, only release. The weight of the past doesn't vanish when you stop holding on. It just changes form. Not gone, but rearranged. Like roots that remain buried after a tree has fallen. Still connected beneath the soil, even as sunlight reaches new places above. You don't need to see them to know they're there, and you don't have to feel their pull. You are allowed to stop counting how many things once mattered. It's not failure to let go of belief. It's grace, a kind of surrender that doesn't come from weakness, but from deep knowing that the mind was never meant to be a fortress, nor the self an unbreakable shape. Instead, it is something porous, like earth after rain, receiving everything and holding only what it needs at any given moment. When you stop defending your certainty, you don't become less real. You become more available, open not to new ideas, but simply to being here as you are, without needing to justify or explain why this feeling is right or wrong, true or false. The mind doesn't need a reason to rest. It just needs permission to do so. And that permission isn't given by logic nor earned through effort. It's simply offered by the night itself, like breath from a darkened room that has waited for you to arrive. You don't have to return what was lost, or even remember why it mattered. Only notice how quietly things settle when nothing demands attention, like snow falling on rooftops after the storm has passed. Not loud, not urgent, but steady in its quiet covering. And no one is watching whether it stays or melts away. There's a space between your ribs where old convictions used to live. Warm, dense, heavy with intention. But now it feels different. Not light, not empty, but unoccupied. As if something has stepped out without closing the door behind it. And that door remains open. Just in case, though no one is coming back. Your eyelids are heavier than before, not because you're tired, but because they've stopped resisting sleep's quiet pull. They don't close with effort, not even a flicker of resistance. Just sink gently downward, like curtains drawn over windows that no longer need to see the world outside. and beyond them, no vision, no image, just the soft pressure where darkness becomes skin. You are not doing anything now except letting yourself be held by what already is. The blanket's weight against your legs isn't a burden. It's an invitation to stop moving, to let gravity do its work without correction or resistance. You don't need to be more than this moment, even if it doesn't feel like much. There is no place to go from here, and that lack of destination is not absence, just freedom. The mind isn't searching for peace because it knows there's nowhere else to look. All movement has slowed, not stopped, but turned inward towards stillness, a river winding through valley without rushing to reach the sea. You are no longer holding on to anything you once believed, and that lack of grip is not loss. It's release, like releasing your breath after holding it too long in silence. No need for meaning, no demand for understanding, only presence, as simple as air passing through an open window at dawn. It doesn't matter if the belief ever returns, or if you forget what it was called. All that matters is that now it no longer holds your attention, and in its quiet absence, something else has taken root. Not a new idea, not another certainty, but simply the ability to be without one. You are allowed to live in this space where nothing needs proving, nothing must remain fixed. You don't have to be someone who knows or believes anything anymore, just someone lying still in the dark, breathing softly, letting time pass without needing to mark it. No need to hold your thoughts close, no obligation to keep them moving forward. They can linger like smoke from a candle long since blown out, visible for a moment, then fading into air that doesn't remember its shape. Your hands are warm now, not because of heat, but because they've stopped seeking something to grasp. And in their openness, there is no fear. Only the quiet truth of fingers resting where they fell, not because they were told to, but because they simply know how to be still. You don't have to protect yourself from doubt or belief. They both pass through you like clouds across a sky that has already forgotten what storms feel like. There is a stillness beneath your breath that does not ask for recognition, not because it's invisible, but because it no longer needs to be named. You are not listening for echoes of what used to matter, only feeling how the air moves through spaces once filled with certainty. Each exhalation leaves behind something lighter than memory, a trace, like dust on a shelf that has been untouched for years. Not gone, not remembered, just still there, and no one is required to care whether it stays or vanishes. The shape of your jaw relaxes without effort, not because you've decided to let go, but because the weight of holding something so tightly has simply dissolved into breath. Your teeth are apart now, not from fatigue, but from a kind of letting slip that happens when no one is watching. And in that gap between them, there's room for silence that doesn't feel empty. It feels like presence without demand, like air filling the hollow of an old bowl that once held something important, but now holds only its own shape. You don't have to defend what you no longer believe, not because it was wrong, but because belief is no longer a place where you live. It's more like a room you've walked out of and left unlocked. The door isn't shut, not even closed all the way. There's just nothing calling you back through it. The walls are still standing, yes, but they don't echo with your footsteps anymore. What remains is not an absence, but a quiet permission to be without form, to exist in the space between what was and what might be. Your fingers rest now on the edge of the blanket, not gripping, not smoothing, just resting, as if they've learned the difference between holding on to something and simply being where it falls. The skin is warm against your forearm, but that warmth isn't about temperature. It's about presence, a slow kind of knowing that doesn't need to be proven. You don't have to feel sure in order to know what is real, only to notice how things settle when no one is trying to fix them. The dark around you has softened into something like wool, not dense, not cold, but thick with quiet. It doesn't press against your eyes, and yet it surrounds them completely. There's a kind of comfort in being enclosed by absence, as if the world outside has stopped demanding anything from you. No need to respond, no reason to explain, just lying here, breathing at the pace that belongs only to this moment. There is a thought passing through your mind right now, not urgent, not bright, not even clear. It's like mist drifting across a field after dawn, touching everything without claiming anything. You don't have to chase it or let it go. Just notice how it moves through the space behind your eyes, as if it were already on its way out. And when it leaves, there will be no trace of effort in its passing. No one is watching whether you remember what you once believed, not even yourself. That belief was never meant to stay in place like a statue in a room that only gets visited once a year. It was always meant to pass through, to shape you briefly, then release you. And now it's past, not with violence, but quietly, like water flowing beneath a bridge where no one ever stood. You are not what the belief used to make you. You're not even who you were before it came. You're only this moment, breathing slowly, letting things be as they are, without needing to define them, without having to decide if they're good or bad, just allowing each sensation, the weight of your arm, the slow rise and fall of your chest, the way the air cools slightly near your neck, to exist exactly as it does. The silence isn't empty because there's nothing in it. It's full with what doesn't need words. A kind of understanding that lives between heartbeats. Not thought, not memory, just being where you are without needing permission from anything outside yourself. Your shoulders have dropped lower than they've been in months. Not because something changed, but because the body has begun to remember how to stop carrying things it no longer owns. Muscles that once tensed against unseen pressure now release into a kind of soft surrender. Not defeat, not resignation, just an acceptance that some burdens were never meant for your hands. There's no need to return to what was. Not even curiosity about whether the belief might come back one day. You don't have to wonder if it still holds truth, or if it ever did. Because now you're living in a different kind of knowing, where certainty isn't required, and doubt doesn't disturb the quiet. The night is long, but that length no longer feels like waiting. It's just time passing without needing to be measured. Your thoughts don't race toward morning. They simply drift, not away from anything, but through space that has already let go of meaning. You are not failing because you can't hold on to the old belief. You're not missing something by not having a new one ready. The fact that nothing needs replacing is not emptiness. It's spaciousness, an openness where no idea must claim residence, just room for breath, for stillness, for the slow unfolding of what already exists. There is a quiet in your throat that isn't silence. It's something older than words, deeper than sound, like water resting beneath stones, moving without making waves. You don't have to speak to be real. You don't have to think to belong here, just to be exactly as you are, with no demand for transformation. You aren't being reshaped by absence. You're simply returning to a kind of self that never needed to prove itself. Not through belief, not through resistance, not through any performance of certainty, only through the quiet act of lying still and letting time pass without correction. The world outside may still be asking questions, but your body doesn't answer anymore. Not because it's broken, but because it has learned how to rest in the space between what is known and what isn't. A place where you don't have to know anything at all. And so you stay, not because you've found something new, but because you no longer need to be somewhere else. Your hands are open, your breath is soft, your thoughts are light, as if the mind has finally stopped trying to build walls around what it can't hold, and now only listens to air, to silence, to the slow pulse of night moving through the space where belief used to live. You don't have to be anything anymore. Not a person who believes or doubts or defends. Just someone here in the dark, breathing, letting go, simply being. Your breath has settled into a rhythm that doesn't aim for anything. No effort to deepen, no need to regulate, just the soft rise and fall, like leaves settling after wind. You are not guiding it, nor resisting its quiet pace. It moves through you, as if remembering how to be natural again. There is space between each exhale where nothing needs to happen, and that space holds more than sound. It's a pause that doesn't wait for anything to come next, the kind of stillness that isn't empty, but full with what has never needed expression. The body remembers this, not from instruction, but from long forgetting how to be in time without measuring its length, how to lie awake and yet not be apart from sleep, because you are not outside it, nor inside it, only part of a quiet turning that doesn't require names. There is no need now to hold the shape of what once seemed like truth, even if it was carved into your mind with care, with urgency, with years of repetition. Belief isn't lost, not really. It's simply released from its duty to remain fixed. You don't have to return to it because it doesn't belong in this moment anymore. And that is not a failure. It's a kind of letting go so deep, it no longer feels like effort, like water finding the lowest path without knowing why, just flowing where gravity allows. Your thoughts drift not toward proof or loss, but simply through the air, between what was said and what wasn't. They don't seek to explain themselves now. They move like dust in a sunbeam, visible only because light passes through them, not because they demand attention. There is no urgency beneath this stillness. No one knocking at your door. No message waiting. No name to answer to. You are not being called to anything. Not even to be yourself as you were. There's room here for a self that isn't defined by what it believes or doesn't believe. The mind has stopped building its own borders, and in that quiet absence of structure, something else grows. Not certainty, but presence, an awareness that does not claim ownership, just notices the cool weight of the blanket on your legs, the faint warmth behind your eyelids where darkness is softening into texture. Not thinking about it, only letting it be known without naming. You are allowed to feel what is true without needing it to mean anything beyond being felt. Imagine a stone in a stream, not resisting the flow, not trying to stay still or sink deep, just moving with the current as if no decision was ever needed. Your thoughts aren't like that yet, but they're learning, each one slipping from attention, not because it's wrong, but because it has already passed its moment of importance. You don't have to hold on to them, nor reject them. Only let them go with the same ease a leaf lets go of the branch in autumn. No argument, no sorrow, just release into air that doesn't remember what was carried away. And so they drift off, not vanished, but simply unclaimed. There is no need to be sure anymore. Certainty wasn't ever peace. It was only the illusion of control. You thought if you believed hard enough, the world would stay steady under your feet. But now you're learning that stillness doesn't come from holding on tightly. It comes from loosening without fear. Not because you've given up, but because you've stopped needing to prove anything at all. The quiet isn't a lack, it's an arrival, a place where thinking no longer needs to carry weight, and feeling can be felt without translation. You're not required to know what comes next, nor do you need to wonder whether something will return. Belief is not a promise that must be kept. It was never yours to guard or maintain. The idea of permanence was always an echo from another time, another version of yourself who thought safety lay in rigidity. But now there's only this: breath on skin, silence holding your shape, air moving through space without needing to be named. You are not trying to fix anything, nor rebuild, just allowing what is to remain as it is, without resistance or hope. Your mind doesn't need a story right now. No narrative of return or loss, no arc of becoming, only this. The dark isn't waiting for morning, and you aren't waiting either. Time flows like water under ice, slow, steady, unseen, not rushing toward anything, not fleeing from anything, just passing through in its own way without needing to be accounted for. And so your thoughts pass too, not forward or backward, but simply moving as they always have. You are not what you once believed, nor what you might believe tomorrow. You are the space between those moments. The breath that comes after thought has left its mark, a presence that doesn't depend on anything being true or false, just real, in the way air is real when no one speaks it into existence. You don't need to be certain about who you are because you've already lived beyond that question, not by answering it, but by simply stopping the asking. Your hands rest open, palms up, not waiting for anything to land there. They know what it feels like to carry, to grip, to protect, to hold tight against fear. But now they don't need to remember that way of being. They've learned how to be still with nothing in them. And that stillness is not emptiness. It's readiness without demand, acceptance without condition, a kind of openness that doesn't seek purpose or meaning, only presence. There is no one here to witness this moment except you, and even that isn't necessary. The silence holds everything as it happens, without needing to be seen. What unfolds in your mind tonight isn't meant for anyone else's eyes, nor for any record. Just a quiet passing through of thoughts that don't need permission or closure. They come and go like birds crossing a field at dusk, not stopping, not lingering, only flying where the light leads them, without needing to explain why. You are not failing because you can't hold what once felt essential. You're simply returning to a deeper rhythm, one that doesn't depend on belief as a foundation. This stillness isn't absence. It's a kind of fullness where nothing needs to be added and nothing needs to be taken away. The mind rests not in emptiness, but in space that was always there, just covered by noise. Now the covering has thinned, and what remains is quiet, not because something is missing, but because everything has settled into place without needing correction. You don't have to become anything new. No transformation required. No rebirth. No shift toward a different self. You're already here in this moment, breathing, feeling the weight of your body on the bed, sensing the air moving through stillness. not as proof of being, but simply as evidence of being present. And that is enough, more than enough. No word can hold what's happening now. Not belief, not doubt, not even silence itself. Only this, a kind of knowing that doesn't name anything. It knows everything. The body has stopped resisting the dark. The breath has stopped searching for meaning in its rhythm. And you are lying here with no need to be anywhere else, doing nothing but being, which is more than enough. Your breath settles into a rhythm that is neither fast nor slow, just there, like moss growing on stone, unseen but steady. No effort to shape it, no wish for it to be different. You are not shaping anything now, only letting the air move through you as if you were already made of it. The weight of your body is not a burden, not an obstacle to peace. It is simply part of how this moment happens. A quiet gravity that draws nothing toward itself, but lets everything stay exactly where it is. And what stays there does not need to be defended or justified. There is no record being kept of who you were 5 years ago, nor any judgment about the way you held your thoughts back then. They were real in their time, yes, like fire that warms a room before it goes out. But now it is dark and warm anyway, not because something has been lit, but because the space itself remembers heat. You do not have to prove that you once believed with all your strength. Belief was never the point. Presence was being there in the moment when the thought first formed, even if only for a second. That too is part of what remains. You are no longer holding on to the shape of certainty, like it might protect you from falling. That kind of grip is not safety. It's just resistance to change. And change has already come, not in thunder or flame, but in the soft way shadows shift across a wall when light moves through a window, almost unnoticed. Yet, everything is different for having shifted. Your hands still rest open, not because you've forgotten how to clutch, but because you've learned what it feels like to let go without loss. There's no emptiness where the grip used to be, only space that knows its own shape now. Imagine a river at night, flowing beneath a bridge you don't cross. You do not need to know where it starts or where it ends. You only notice how it moves under your feet without ever stopping to explain itself. No pause for reflection, no signal given. Just the same current carrying what's already been carried. And perhaps that is all any journey asks of you. To move forward without needing to be certain about why you're moving at all. There are thoughts that have lived in your mind like old friends who never leave. Not because they were necessary, but because you didn't know how to say goodbye. Now you don't need to say anything. Just let them drift toward the edge of awareness, not pushed away, not welcomed back, simply passing through the way mist passes over a hill at dawn, visible only as a softening on the air, and then gone. Not vanished, but unclaimed. You are not responsible for what thoughts arrive. They come when they come, like birds landing in a tree you didn't plant. No invitation sent, no preparation made. Still, some of them settle there, restless at first, then stiller as the light fades, and eventually, one by one, they leave again. Not because you asked, but because their time here has passed. There is no need to understand why a certain idea once held so much weight, only that it did, and now it doesn't. Not because it was false, nor because it became true. Just because the ground beneath your feet has shifted slightly, and what stood firm before now feels different underfoot. Like standing on stone that was once warm from sun, but is now cool to touch. Not wrong, only changed. Your mind does not need to be clean or clear. It doesn't have to erase anything, nor fix itself. It can simply breathe in the way it always has, without judgment, without correction. And if a thought comes back, not because you called it, but because memory still hums faintly, like an old wire under tension, let it stay for just long enough to be noticed. Then let go again, not with force, not with regret, but as gently as water returns to the stream after being held in your hands. You are not a thing that must hold on to anything. You do not need to carry the weight of yesterday's choices or tomorrow's fears. You are what happens when nothing is insisted upon, a quiet continuity between breaths, between stillnesses, not defined by belief, nor destroyed by doubt. Just being here, in this dark, where no word can catch up with it. Imagine standing at the edge of a field long after harvest. No crops left to tend, no path marked out. Only earth and sky meeting softly at the horizon. Nothing calls you forward, nothing pulls you back, only the air moving through stillness, like a memory that does not need to be recalled to be known. Your body has stopped trying to make meaning from sensation. It is not searching for pleasure or pain anymore, nor avoiding them. It just feels what's there. Cool sheets against your skin, warmth where your arm rests on the pillow, the soft pressure of air in your lungs as you rest, and none of these things need a story attached to be real. They simply are. There is no one inside you telling you that this moment must last or must end. Only quietness, like dust settling after wind has passed through an empty room. Not silence, but the kind of stillness that comes when everything stops demanding attention. And in that space, there's room for a thought to pass by without being named. You do not need to be someone who knows what to do next. You are simply here, breathing, holding your own presence like something fragile yet enduring. Not because it must survive, but because it already has. The self is no longer an idea that needs defending. It's just this breath, this weight on the bed, this quiet turning inward that does not ask for anything to change. A leaf falls from a tree outside, unseen, unrecorded, unnoticed by anyone who might have cared, but it lands softly in the dark where no one sees it fall, and yet it fell just the same, not because it had to be seen, nor because someone was waiting for it, only because that is how things happen when they are ready. There is a kind of peace that comes not from understanding everything, but from letting go of needing to understand at all. It's not ignorance, it's just the quiet certainty that some things don't need answers. And if you let them be unanswered, they become lighter than they were before. Like thoughts that no longer need to be defended or explained. You are not failing because your mind keeps returning to old patterns. It's only showing you where it has been. Just as the tide returns to shore without apology, even though it knows it will leave again. The movement is not a flaw. It's part of how things remain alive. And you are still here, not because you've resolved anything, but because you haven't left. There is no one who needs to be convinced by this moment. Not yourself, not anyone else. Only the silence remains, holding what happens without claiming credit or ownership. It does not say, "This is peace." It just is peace. In the way a stone at the bottom of a stream is simply still, even when no one looks down. You are not required to become anything new. You do not need to fix yourself, nor start over. A thought passes through you like a shadow across a floor, slow, unannounced, folding into the dark without leaving a mark. It does not ask to be held, nor does it demand to be named. There is no place for it to stay, only the quiet of being seen and then released. And in that release, something loosens inside you, not because it was forced, but because it never needed to grip so tightly. Your breath moves without intention now, just as water flows beneath a bridge, unseen, unmarked by the weight above it. There is no effort behind it, only the natural ease of what already exists. And in this rhythm, you are not trying to become quiet, but simply allowing the noise inside to settle where it will, like sand finding its level after storm is past. There was a time when certainty felt like safety, when belief anchored you against the drift of days that never seemed to end. Now you notice something else, that even when the ground feels uncertain, your body still knows how to rest, not by resisting change, but by letting it pass through as if nothing has happened at all. Imagine a river bending around stone, not fighting it, not breaking against it, just shifting its path with no need for explanation or permission. And in that movement, there is strength, not because the water refuses to yield, but because it knows where it belongs, even when it cannot see ahead. You are like that now, not fixed by what once was true, but shaped by how lightly you carry it all. A name comes to mind, one you haven't spoken in years, one tied to a version of yourself that no longer fits the shape your life has taken. And still, it drifts up like smoke from a fire long burned out, not to claim space, not to demand attention, just to be seen for what it is, an echo faint at the edge of memory, and you let it go without turning back, because holding on was never about honoring the past, only fear of losing the self that remains. There is no need to decide whether any belief ever meant anything real. Not even now, when thought returns like a visitor who has lost their way. You do not have to answer why it came or what it wants. You are not responsible for its journey, only aware of its passing. And in that awareness, there is enough. Your skin feels the weight of the blanket, but not as resistance. More like an agreement, a quiet understanding between fabric and flesh, neither one pushing the other away, both simply being what they are. You do not have to be more than this moment allows. No need to prove your existence through action or thought, just presence in all its unremarkable simplicity. A sound from outside, distant, muffled by walls. A car passing at the end of the street. Tires on wet pavement. It does not matter who is driving. where they are going, what they think about as they pass your home. The moment exists only for itself, and that is enough. You do not need to know its meaning. Only listen without adding anything to it. You were once certain of things you can no longer recall clearly, not because they were false, but because their certainty has worn down like stone underwater, smooth now, unmarked by the weight of having been right. And in that softness, there is a kind of freedom, not from truth, but from the burden of believing it had to last. There was a time when you thought understanding meant holding on, that if you let go, you would lose yourself. But now, you are learning something quieter, that forgetting can be gentle, and release does not mean collapse. Sometimes letting go is how you stay intact, like roots loosening from soil, so new growth may reach upward. You do not need to know what you believe anymore. Only notice that belief no longer needs a name. The thing you once held as truth has become something else. Not gone, but simply changed shape. Like light passing through glass and falling differently on the floor than it did before. There is a kind of stillness in which nothing gets finished, not because things are unresolved, but because they no longer require completion. Thoughts arrive like visitors at dusk. They do not stay for dinner or make promises about tomorrow. They simply appear, briefly visible, then fade into the dark as if they had always been there. Your mind is not a fortress anymore. It does not need gates or walls to keep out what might disturb it. It has become something quieter, an open field in late autumn, where the wind moves through without resistance, and every blade of grass knows its place, even when no one watches. You are not failing because you still return to old patterns, only reminding yourself that memory is not a mistake, but a way the mind traces itself back through time, like ripples after a stone has fallen. They do not mean the water was harmed, only that something once happened there. There is no need to protect what used to be real. It already belongs to the past, and so does your insistence on keeping it alive in the present. You are allowed to let go without guilt, as if releasing a letter meant for someone who has already left town. You notice how little effort it takes to simply be here, not trying to fix anything, not wishing time would move faster or slower, just allowing sensation to happen without naming it. Warmth in the palm of your hand, air moving against your cheek, the slow rise and fall beneath your ribs. There is no one who needs you to prove that this moment matters, even if no one sees it. even if it leaves no trace on anyone else's life. Still, it happens quietly, fully, without apology or demand. And in its happening, there is meaning enough for now. Your body remembers how to rest, not because it has stopped thinking, but because thought no longer needs to lead the way. It floats along like a leaf on a slow stream, carried by currents you do not control, yet trusting that direction will be given when needed. There was once a belief so strong it shaped every choice you made. Now it lies somewhere in the quiet between thoughts, not broken or destroyed, but simply unclaimed. And that is enough. To stop holding on is not to reject what was true then, but to allow room for what is true now, which may be nothing at all. You are allowed to sit with uncertainty without needing to stand up again. No need to fix the feeling of being adrift, or prove you're still anchored by something solid. Just breathing through it like rain passing over a roof, not stopping its path, nor resisting its weight. There is a kind of knowing that does not answer questions, only holds space for them to exist without demanding resolution. And in that holding, there is peace, not because everything makes sense now, but because you no longer need it all to make sense. Your mind drifts again, not toward worry or urgency, but simply returning, as if drawn back by some quiet current, to the same belief that once felt absolute. And this time, instead of resisting its return, you let it linger like fog at dawn, soft, shapeless, passing through without leaving a mark. You are not required to decide what it means, only to notice how little energy it takes now to carry something that no longer feels necessary. The weight has lessened, not because it was discarded, but because your hands have learned how to let go without fear. You feel the edge of that old belief again, not as a wall, nor as a weight, but as something that has softened at the corners, like stone worn down by years of rain. It comes in waves, not to claim you back, but simply because it is still part of your inner landscape, just as roots remain buried after a tree has fallen. And yet, there is no urgency to dig them up or bury them deeper. They are only remembered now, not lived. The shape of that belief, once so sharp against all other thoughts, now floats without purpose in the space between breaths. You do not need to name it to let it pass through your mind like a shadow over a field at dusk. No longer a compass, but a ghost of direction, familiar, quiet, and unneeded. There is nothing wrong with knowing that some parts of yourself are meant to fade, The body remembers this better than thought ever can. How muscles release when they stop being asked to hold on. Your shoulders loosen, not because you've decided anything, but because holding them up was never required in the first place. And so it goes. A rhythm of letting go that does not depend on will or intent. Only presence. The mind, for once, is allowed to be still without needing to earn its rest. There are things no one has told you about silence, not the absence of sound, but the quiet after a thought has finished speaking. It lingers in your chest like air that hasn't yet left your lungs. And in that pause between two moments of awareness, something shifts. Not change, not understanding, just an opening where nothing needs to happen. You are not expected to fill it with meaning, only to remain inside it without flinching. The belief you once held so tightly does not disappear here. It simply stops being the center of attention, like a candle left burning in a room that has gone dark. Its flame still flickers, but no one comes near to watch it anymore. And there is peace, not in extinguishing it, but in allowing it to burn down on its own time. You notice how little effort this takes. Just lying here, feeling the blanket's weight without adjusting it. Letting your hands rest as they are, palms up, fingers open. No need to prove anything by shaping them into something useful or meaningful. You begin to sense that memory is not a cage, but a footprint in soft earth, made when you walked through a moment long ago and left behind the impression of being there. It does not mean you must go back, nor does it mean you are trapped inside that past. It means only that something once passed through your awareness, like wind through an open door. Now the air is still again. No one has to explain why the door closed, or whether it will ever open again. And in this stillness, there is room, not for answers, but for simply being aware of what is present. Your breath moving slowly beneath your ribs. The quiet hum of electricity in a wall far away. The soft resistance of fabric against your skin as you shift just slightly without meaning to. There was once a certainty, so deep it felt like grounding. Something real enough to stand on when everything else seemed uncertain. Now that same feeling is no longer needed as support. Not because it wasn't true then, but because truth does not have to be permanent to matter. Moments can be whole and complete, even if they only last an hour or a breath. The belief may have been vital at one time, essential in its moment. But all things pass through us, like travelers stopping for tea before continuing on their way. You are not the host who must keep them forever, nor the gatekeeper who judges whether they should stay. You are simply the space where such moments were allowed to happen, and that is enough. You begin to notice how little of what you carry is actually yours, not in ownership, but in permanence. A thought arrives, not as something belonging to you, but as something passing through, like mist over water. It does not need to be claimed or defended, nor does it leave behind any claim on your identity when it fades. There is no reason to argue with its presence, only to let it move through without friction. And so the belief returns again, not in force, but in quiet recognition. You remember what you once believed, not as a command, not as an obligation, but simply as one of many currents that have shaped your inner landscape over time. You do not need to fight its return, nor welcome it with relief. There is no gain or loss in its presence now, only the soft hum of memory, like an old song playing just below hearing. You let it drift through without trying to hold it close or push it away. And as it passes, something shifts. Your body feels less tense, not because the belief has vanished, but because there is no longer any need to defend against its return. Your hands are open, not in surrender, but in release. Fingers relaxed, palms flat against the sheets, uncurled from their old grip on certainty. There is a kind of knowing that does not require proof or explanation, only presence and stillness. It lives not in conclusions, but in the space between thoughts where nothing happens at all. And in that absence of doing, there is fullness. You are not required to know what this moment means, only to accept that it exists without needing a reason for being here. No one needs your belief now, not even you. And so, you do not have to protect it like treasure buried under stone. You feel the cool air near your shoulder, where the blanket has slipped just enough to let it in. You do not adjust it. You leave it as is, because there is no need to fix what already feels right. This small shift, a thread of cold against warm skin, becomes its own kind of truth. That comfort does not depend on control. And so the belief, like everything else continues to drift through your awareness without demanding anything in return. Your breath slows further, as if it has found a rhythm older than thought itself. You do not need to guide it, nor speed it up. It moves gently, with the quiet turning of things that do not have names. And in this unmarked passage between waking and sleeping, there is no one who needs your attention or approval. Only the slow unfolding of something that does not care if anyone sees it happen. You are allowed to be here without being anything more than what you already are. A quiet presence, an open space where thoughts come and go like leaves on a stream, not trying to become still, but simply allowing stillness to settle into your bones when there is nothing left to hold on to. The old belief remains, not gone, not defeated, not replaced. Only no longer central. It has moved from being the center of your world to becoming one among many things that have passed through your mind, like shadows across a floor at different times of day. You do not need to understand why you still remember it now, only to notice how lightly it rests in your awareness. There is no weight behind it anymore, no demand for attention or defense, just the quiet trace of something once believed, like the faint scent of a flower long since dried, lingering in an open drawer. The shape of that old belief lingers, like a faint echo in an empty room, not loud enough to disturb, not clear enough to name. You do not reach for it, nor pull away from its shadow. It simply is, held at a distance by the quiet depth of your breath. There is no need to place it anywhere now. No reason to carry it forward as if it were still in motion. It has settled into memory like dust on a shelf, undisturbed, unclaimed, not forgotten, but not summoned either. You notice how the dark near the window has softened at the edges, where the night gives way to something less defined than light, and that softness mirrors what is happening inside. No longer a battle between holding and oars. Letting go, just the slow return of stillness after all the turning. Your fingers rest where they fell, one against the other on the sheet, not in posture, but in surrender to gravity. Their shape remains because it has been there long enough to become natural. You do not think about how they look or what they have done today. You only feel the warmth beneath them, the quiet contact with a surface that does not ask for anything, and this small certainty that your hand is here, warm, resting, becomes its own kind of anchor, not because it must be held, but because it simply is. Thoughts pass through like birds crossing a field at dusk, seen briefly, then gone without sound or trace. The belief you once clung to was one such bird, sudden in arrival, loud in flight, sharp in shadow. Now it moves with the same quiet grace of all things that have flown past and left no mark behind. There is nothing missing from its leaving, only a space where something else has taken root. Not another thought, but the awareness of stillness itself. You do not need to claim it as yours, nor guard it from fading away. It is already here, not because you invited it in, but because you stopped fighting against what was already happening. The air near your ear feels different tonight. Not cooler, not warmer, just more present. Like a breath that does not belong to any particular moment, but belongs entirely to this one. You do not try to place its origin, whether from outside the room or deeper within your own body. It is neither important nor needing explanation. You simply let it be part of the silence, a soft motion in the stillness, like a single thread that has come loose and floats without direction. And when such small things are allowed their quiet presence, they do not demand to be named or explained. They only exist, which is enough. Your shoulders have lowered more than you noticed, not through effort, but because there was no longer any pressure to hold them up in defense of a conviction that no longer needed defending. The body remembers what the mind forgets. That tension is not always necessary, and that release does not require permission. It happens when the need for proof fades, when certainty loses its weight. You feel your spine align with gravity, not by choice, but because there is nothing left to resist. The alignment comes from absence, from no longer needing to stand firm against something that has already passed through you without leaving a wound. Somewhere in the house, a floorboard creaks once, softly, and then silence returns. It does not mean anything, nor does it call for your attention, but still, you notice it as if it were part of the same quiet rhythm that moves beneath all things. Small disturbances, unannounced arrivals, moments of sound without purpose. They are not interruptions. They are just part of how time flows when no one is trying to control its path. And so, this thought that a creek can exist without consequence begins to settle into the deeper layers of your awareness. You do not need to understand why it happened, only to accept that it did, and then let go again. You are aware now of how little you actually hold onto. Not just thoughts or beliefs, but even sensations. The weight of the blanket, the curve of your elbow resting against the mattress, the way warmth spreads from your chest toward your side, as if waking slowly from a long dream. None of these things require maintenance. They simply are allowed to be. And in that allowance, there is no effort, only the natural unfolding of what already exists beneath the surface of attention. Imagine a stone lying at the bottom of a slow-moving stream, not stuck in place, not lifted by force, but held gently by water that flows around it without hurry or anger. You are like that stone tonight, not fixed, not changing, not being carried away, simply present where you have been placed, worn smooth by time and touch, no longer needing to prove its shape. The belief you once believed so strongly was never a stone in your hand, only one of many currents that passed over it, carving it with meaning, then letting it rest again. There is no need for closure nor arrival, nor any final word on what has been lost or gained. Nothing is owed to memory, and nothing must be preserved. You are not required to carry the past into this moment, nor to leave it behind in a dramatic gesture, just to let it float through as one among many things that have come and gone, like shadows at different hours, or footsteps on a path long walked. Your breath has slowed again, sinking deeper than before, not because you are trying to deepen it, but because there is no longer any need to do anything with it. It moves on its own, as if remembering an old rhythm from before words were spoken. You feel the rise of your chest, not as effort, but as a quiet confirmation that life continues without needing approval. And somewhere beyond sound or thought, something settles, not because you asked for it, nor because you deserve it, only because there is no longer any resistance to what already exists. This is not peace achieved through struggle, nor stillness earned by silence. It is the quiet result of letting go without needing a reason. The belief remains, yes, but now it belongs to the space between moments, rather than the center of them. It does not speak, and you do not listen. It simply exists as part of the background hum, like the faint vibration in glass after distant traffic passes. You notice it only when stillness is deep enough for such subtle things to be felt. Your limbs are no longer making decisions. They have given up on resistance, surrendered to gravity's gentle pull, And in that surrender, there is not loss, but a deeper kind of presence. The belief does not vanish, nor does it reassert itself. It simply becomes less important than the warmth beneath your skin, or the way air moves through the room without needing to be noticed. You are allowed to drift, not towards sleep, nor away from awareness, but into that soft in-between, where thought dissolves and nothing is asked of you. There is no task, no goal, no need to become anything else. Just the quiet unfolding of what already is, as if time itself had paused to rest between breaths. And so it continues, not with arrival nor departure, but simply with being, a presence without demand, an awareness without purpose. You do not have to explain this moment or defend its existence. It does not need your belief in order to be real. It only needs your permission to stay as it is. You are not a container for what once was true, only a space where truth has passed through like light across water, leaving no footprint behind except the quiet afterglow of its passing. The belief that held you so tightly is now just one among countless things that have moved through your mind without leaving a name. It does not belong to you anymore in the way it once did, not as possession, not as proof of who you are, but simply as something that was, and then became part of the stillness between thoughts. There is no weight to carry because nothing needs to be defended now. Even when memory stirs like a breeze under a door, stirring dust from forgotten shelves, you do not reach out to catch it. You let it pass through without turning your head, as if watching leaves drift across a frozen pond in winter. They are gone before the eye finishes tracing their path, and so is that belief, not destroyed nor erased, but unclaimed by the self that once thought it had to be kept safe. The shape of certainty has softened with time, like wax left too long in sunlight. You no longer feel its edges as sharp lines meant to define you, but rather as faint grooves on a surface worn smooth, not by effort, but by being quietly present through many seasons. There is comfort in that weariness, in knowing the contours of something without needing to stand within them. Your thoughts do not need permission to drift. They are already drifting, just like clouds above fields at dusk, slow and unbothered by direction or destination. Some might say you should hold on, should fight for what was once clear, but even that urge is passing now, like a wave receding from the shore before it has fully broken. There is no one to convince anymore, not even yourself. Only the quiet presence of being here exactly as you are, with nothing to prove and nowhere left to go. This stillness is not empty. It is full of what was never meant to be held. A breath that comes without intention. A pulse beneath skin that beats on its own. Unasked for, unstopped. The belief lingers like a faint echo in an old stone well, heard only when all else has fallen silent, and even then, not as sound, but as absence of silence. It does not speak, nor does it demand to be remembered. It simply is what remains after meaning no longer needs to cling to anything. You notice how the dark around you does not feel like lack. It feels like permission, not a blank space waiting for something to fill it, but an open hand that holds nothing and therefore contains everything. There are no edges here, only soft transitions where thought fades into sensation, where feeling blends with air, and where memory dissolves back into the quiet of being. You do not have to decide what this belief means anymore, nor whether it was right or wrong, useful or false. None of that matters tonight. All that matters is that it has passed through your awareness like a shadow at noon, long enough to be felt, but too brief to leave a mark. And now it rests where shadows rest, not in the light, not in the dark, but between them, as part of what cannot be named, only experienced. The air moves over you without effort. Your skin feels the shift in temperature, like paper brushed by breath. Nothing is being interpreted, nothing assigned a value, just sensation, unmediated and untouched by judgment. And within that, there is no need to resist or embrace, not even the belief, which has now become part of the texture beneath awareness, like a thread woven into fabric, so old it no longer remembers its color. You are not holding anything tonight, not your past, not your convictions, not even the idea of being someone who once believed in something firmly. You are only this, a body breathing without effort, mind unfolding without direction, presence existing simply because it does not need to do more than be. Time has stopped measuring itself here. No hours passing, no minutes ticking toward morning. There is only continuity, like water moving over stone for centuries, wearing nothing away but the idea that anything needs to be worn down. You are not trying to change, nor preserve, nor even understand what is happening, just allowing it to happen. as if it always had and always would. Your hands rest where they fell, no longer reaching, no longer clutching, simply resting on the blanket like two quiet things that have come home after a long journey. Their stillness says nothing about purpose, only about arrival at something already known. That rest is not failure, nor surrender, but completion in its own way. Even when thoughts return, and they will, you do not need to greet them with alarm or welcome. They are just visitors passing through a room where the light has dimmed long ago. Some may pause by the window, others linger near the chair, but none stay for long. Each one leaves as it came, without fanfare, without demand, and you remain not unchanged, but unclaimed. There is no need to reframe or reassemble what was lost, nor to build a new foundation beneath your feet. You're not standing on anything anymore, only floating in the space between breaths, where nothing needs support, because everything is already held by something older than belief. The quiet act of continuing. The belief remains, but it no longer lives at the center of your attention. It has settled into the margin, like a word half remembered from a dream, or a tune hummed without lyrics. Not forgotten, not rejected, just allowed to fade slowly into background texture. You do not need to say goodbye to it, nor call it back when it feels distant. It is no longer yours to lose or keep, and in that release, there is a kind of peace that does not come from solving anything, but from stopping the struggle to hold on. Your chest rises, softly, like a tide returning without fanfare. Your breath deepens not because you are trying, but because it has found its own rhythm again, one that no longer requires attention or correction. And in that unforced movement, there is an honesty, life continuing not as performance, but as natural process. Things allowed to be without needing a name. You are not expected to know anything now, nor to prove your worth through memory or conviction, only to rest in the simple fact that you are here, and something is still breathing inside you. There is no need for this moment to mean anything. It does not have to serve a purpose, lead anywhere, or become part of a larger story. It simply exists as a place where belief may loosen without being replaced, where certainty may soften without collapsing, where the self may shrink back into itself and find that it was never meant to be held so tightly in the first place. You are not required to stay awake, nor to fall asleep, only to let the space between thoughts grow wider until even the idea of needing to do anything has dissolved like mist on glass. Nothing is expected of you but this: to be present without purpose, aware without effort, and open without demand. You notice how the air moves near your face. Not fast, not slow, just a quiet shift, like something breathing without knowing it. It passes over your skin, barely there, leaving no trace except the memory of warmth. You don't have to name what it is or wonder where it came from. It simply arrives and goes, unannounced, as if the room itself had exhaled. And in that ease, a thought begins. Not urgent, not loud, just a quiet ripple across the surface of your awareness. You let it float, no longer startled by its shape. It is not yours to fix, nor even to understand. It has already begun to fade before you can place it, like ink dropped into water, spreading without direction, dissolving into what's around it, and still you remain, not empty, but open, the kind of openness that doesn't reach for meaning, only holds space. There is no one else here now to confirm or deny what you are feeling. No voice in your head offering judgment or permission. Just silence thick with absence, yet full of something older than words. You hear nothing but the slow unspooling of breath, not a rhythm you've set, not a pattern you're trying to follow. It's simply happening, like roots growing beneath soil without showing their work. And in that quiet continuation, there is no need to say this is enough or I'm still here, because the act itself is already proof. Proof, not of strength, but of presence. an unclaimed fact floating just below notice. You're learning how little it takes to be real. A single breath, one pulse beneath your skin, the faint pressure of blanket against leg. These things carry weight without needing to explain themselves. They don't declare their importance. They simply are, and in that being, they matter less than what is not said. There's no performance here, no need for testimony or display. You are allowed to be incomplete, unformed, uncertain. Even the belief, the one that once felt like foundation, now rests quietly beneath a kind of natural indifference, neither attacked nor defended. It has stopped demanding attention, as if realizing its place was never in command, but only in passage. You no longer feel the weight of having to carry anything. Not your past, not your decisions, not even the idea of what you've become. They are all just currents passing through a deeper stillness. And though they leave traces, a slight shift in posture, a softening of jaw, none of them claim you anymore. You don't have to step into them or walk away. You simply exist at their edge, like land beside a river that knows it doesn't need to hold the water. It only needs to be there, and the water flows anyway. There is no effort in this letting go, not because you've decided to release it, but because the grip was never yours to begin with. All along, you were just holding on too tightly to something that had already left its mark and moved on. Belief wasn't a thing to defend. It was a shape made by time and circumstance. Like wind shaping sand dunes, then moving on without notice. Now, the dune remains, but no longer with purpose, just as it is, weathered into silence. Your thoughts are not your enemy, nor your ally. They come uninvited sometimes, linger too long, return when you've already turned away, and still there's no need to greet them, to challenge them, or even to say, "I'm tired of this." They don't require acknowledgement, only permission to pass through without claiming ground. And in that quiet space between one thought and the next, where nothing is happening except breath, you begin to notice something. You are not the story your mind keeps telling. You are the stillness it returns to when the words fall silent. You don't have to rebuild after letting go. There's no need for a new center or a better reason to be here. What remains is already enough, not because it's perfect, but because it doesn't demand perfection. It simply is, with all its gaps and unspoken things. like a room lit only by moonlight through cracked blinds. The shapes are blurred, the edges soft. You don't need to name them or fix their position. They're just there, holding space without effort. You begin to understand that certainty is not in knowing, but in not needing to know. It's not about having answers, but about being okay with the question hanging in the air, like dust motes in a beam of light, uncaught, unhurried, floating where no one sees them. And still, they're part of the scene, part of what is real, just as you are. Even now, without needing to be proven, your hands lie open on top of the blanket, not gripping anything, not reaching for anything. Their shape is there, yes, but only as a shadow of movement, already past the point of action. They don't need to hold on to something to feel whole. And in that openness, you sense a truth. Wholeness doesn't come from closure, nor from having things right. It comes from not needing them to be anything at all. There is no urgency now, no signal that time has passed or must pass. The hours are soft, shapeless, like wool left in the sun until it loses its edges. You don't measure how long this stillness lasts, because measuring would mean trying to hold it. And so, you let go of that too, not as a choice, but as an ease. You feel your body becoming less defined, not disappearing, but softening into the dark, like ink in water, slowly spreading until the boundaries blur. There is no sharp line between skin and air, or breath and silence. Only a continuous flow, where you are neither inside nor outside, just part of the quiet that holds everything without naming it. You don't have to decide what happens next, whether sleep comes or not, whether thoughts return or stay gone. It makes no difference now. The act of waiting is over. There's only this, a slow drifting downward, like moss settling into forest floor after rain. Nothing asks for permission. Nothing demands arrival. Just presence in its simplest form. A quiet being that does not seek to become anything more. You are not standing on belief anymore. You're no longer trying to be someone who holds on to something important. You are simply here, with the air moving around your face as if it's known you all along, and nothing about this moment needs to mean anything, not even its own existence. It just is, in a way that feels deeper than meaning. You notice how easy it is to stop trying to find yourself now, not because you've lost the search, but because you no longer believe there's something fixed to find. You are not a thing to be assembled or repaired, only a moment unfolding, breath by breath, in darkness that does not ask for light. And in that surrender, you're allowed to forget your name without missing it. There is nothing here you must do, no role to play, no self to maintain, just the quiet hum of air passing through space, like something breathing softly behind a wall. Or perhaps it's your own breath, not yours alone, but part of a larger rhythm that has always been there, even when you were too busy thinking to hear it. You feel the slow shift in the dark, not as an event, but as a release, like air that has been held too long, finally finding its way out through a crack no one noticed was there. The kind of quiet that does not demand attention, yet holds everything within it. Your breath moves without effort, and with it comes a softening of what you once called yourself. Not as loss, but as letting go of something too tight to wear for long. There is no weight in being unclaimed now, no pressure to be known or to prove that you are present. The thought of needing to leave an impression fades like a word spoken underwater, heard only faintly before dissolving into silence. And in that absence of effort, something opens, not a door, but a space where no one ever expected to stand. You notice how little is required to be real. Your body lies still, yes, but not because it has stopped living. It simply rests without needing permission from anything outside itself. The blood moves through veins like rain falling on soil that remembers nothing of drought. There is no story behind the pulse in your wrist, only its quiet motion, repeating a rhythm older than memory. The belief you once held so tightly, the one that said you must be something fixed, certain, unshaken. It does not vanish. It merely drifts, like ash caught in still air. And now, with no fire to feed it, it settles into nothingness without resistance. Not gone, but no longer needed. There is a difference between holding on and being held. You were once certain that only the first mattered, that strength meant never letting go. But now, lying here in this soft dark, you understand. The body knows how to be held even when it does not know who holds it. Your bones do not tremble with fear of falling, because they have learned there is no floor beneath them anymore. And you let it touch the edge of awareness before letting go again, not even noticing when it slips away. There is no need to greet it or name it. It was never yours in the first place. Your hands remain open on the blanket. They do not reach for anything, nor pull back. Their stillness is not emptiness, but a kind of fullness, like a cup left out after rain has filled it completely and no more can be added. You are that cup now, not empty, not overflowing, just containing what arrives without protest. Mind does not need to correct itself anymore. There is no mistake to fix, no flaw to smooth away. Only the quiet act of being where you already are, a shape in darkness, with no purpose beyond its own presence, and that alone is enough. You do not have to understand why this stillness feels like home. Some places do not need explanation to be known. They are simply recognized, even when first encountered. Your body knows the way before thought has time to form a word. There is no urgency in being here now. No hidden deadline for arrival or completion. You are already where you needed to go, not because of any action taken, but because stillness itself has brought you forward through the weightless passage between waking and sleep. The belief that once anchored your days, the one that said meaning must be earned, truth found, certainty proven, it does not return with a shout. It returns as a shadow, faint and thin, stretching across the floor of the mind like late light in an empty room, and you let it pass without turning to watch it go. There is no need to hold on to what has already changed. Your breath moves slowly, evenly, Each inhale a quiet surrender, each exhale a release that does not ask for return. This rhythm, older than intention, older even than the first word spoken in any language you have ever known. The dark is not empty. It holds everything, every thought, every silence, every shape of absence, and yet it asks nothing of them. It simply is, and so do you, without needing to explain or justify your place within it. There is no edge to this moment where you could step across into something else. Only the soft continuation of breath and stillness, like water moving through a hollow stone in silence, not escaping, not arriving, simply passing through the shape of what already is. You are not trying to become someone who has stopped thinking. You are not aiming for clarity or peace, as if they were destinations on some inner map. You are simply allowing your thoughts to pass without turning toward them, like a river that does not care whether the reeds along its banks remember it when summer ends. The self, what was once thought of as a fortress built over years, now feels more like a breath drawn and released without fanfare. There is no structure left to defend, no corner to retreat into, only this. A soft presence that does not claim ownership of anything but its own quiet unfolding. The act of believing, the urgency behind it, has been released like a bird from a cage made of words, and now, in freedom, it flies without needing a direction. There is no one waiting for your answer tonight. No voice asking whether you have finally arrived at truth or peace or surrender. Only the quiet hum of space around you, the soft pressure of air on skin, and the slow return of breath, as if the universe itself were learning how to exhale along with you. It is not failure to let go. It is not loss to stop holding what was never truly yours. The belief that once felt like a lifeline, something to cling to through storm and silence, has simply been set down, gently, without ceremony, on the floor of the mind where it belongs, in the past. You are not broken for letting go. You are not less because you no longer need to be certain. The body does not weaken when it stops fighting gravity. It only learns how to rest within it. And so do you. There is a stillness that comes not from absence of thought, but from freedom from their weight. Thoughts come like birds drawn to light. They pass near, briefly visible. You are already here, not because you've arrived, but because the moment is breathing through you. And in this breath, no story needs writing, no meaning needs forming, only presence, unannounced, unasked for, yet perfectly at home. There is no task now to complete, no burden left to carry. The belief that once held your days, rigid, exacting, demanding, has simply dissolved like salt in water, not destroyed, but returned to the flow from which it came. And you are allowed to be part of that flow without needing to name yourself within it. You do not have to be someone at all tonight. You need only be what is already present, a body lying quietly in darkness, air moving through space, thoughts passing like shadows across a wall, never stopping, never claiming the room they cross. And still, there is no lack, only enough of what is real to stay where you are without needing more. It does not matter that sleep has not come. It does not matter that your mind still moves in quiet circles. The act of being here, fully, silently, unclaimed, is the only thing required, and this alone is already complete. There is no need to go anywhere now, no direction to follow, no destination to reach. Only the soft continuation of breath, as if time had paused not out of fear of loss, but because it had found something worth holding without trying. You are not waiting for anything. You are not preparing for arrival. You are simply being a presence that does not demand recognition, nor care about being remembered. And in this lack of need, there is peace, not as a state to achieve, but as the natural outcome of no longer wanting to hold on. The dark continues its slow work without haste or explanation. It has always known how to carry what cannot be named, and you, now at last, are learning how to let it do so. Only a soft transition, like fog drifting through trees in early morning, where form blurs into air, and you are not afraid of disappearing, because you were never certain of being anything solid to begin with. This quiet does not ask for your attention. It simply exists, as it always has, beneath the surface of every moment that ever passed. And now, finally, you are allowed to rest in its depth without needing a reason. The light that was once a certainty has faded not into absence, but into something quieter. Not gone, just no longer needed to be held up like a torch against the dark. You do not miss what is no longer in your hands, because you never truly possessed it, only believed you did. Belief itself has begun to feel like a shape made of air, familiar in form, but light as breath when you try to weigh it. And now that shape does not need to be rebuilt, nor defended, nor even acknowledged. It simply is a memory of how things used to stand, no longer standing anywhere at all. The body remembers what the mind has forgotten, that stillness is not empty, but full in its own way, not with answers or promises, but with the quiet awareness of being here without having to claim anything, Your ribs rise and fall like a slow tide returning to shore, not because you are guiding it, but because there is no reason for it to stop. This rhythm does not require permission. It only requires that you let go of needing to understand why it continues. Thoughts still come, not as intruders, but as clouds passing over the face of a lake. They do not disturb. They leave no ripples behind, just a momentary shadow on the surface before dissolving back into sky. And you are neither the lake nor the cloud, nor even the space between them. You are what remains when both have passed. The stillness that does not wait for anything to arrive, to be complete. There is no weight in your shoulders now, because they were never meant to carry a belief as if it were an anchor. They are only flesh and bone resting on the frame of a body that has learned how to unlearn its own tension, each muscle, each joint, not resisting, not trying to hold itself together against the pull of letting go, simply settles into the soft architecture of what is already present. Your hands lie flat where they fell earlier, fingers relaxed as if they had forgotten their function, yet still capable of touch without intention. And that absence of purpose feels like freedom, not loss. You do not need to be useful tonight. You are allowed to exist in a state of quiet usefulness. Simply being there is its own kind of service. The mind does not have to explain itself anymore. It is no longer under scrutiny for whether it has been good or bad, right or wrong, strong enough or too soft. All that was asked of it before, to be certain, to defend, to win, has been quietly set aside like old clothes left by a door you no longer walk through. And now, the mind may wander without fear of being caught in contradiction, because there is nowhere to go but back into silence. The air around you feels thick with stillness, not as absence, but as presence. Not empty space, but something dense enough that movement would be unnecessary. It holds your breath when it passes through your lips. It knows how to cradle sound before it escapes into nothing. And in this quiet room where no one is listening, there is a kind of listening happening anyway. The world listens to you as you listen to yourself. Not with expectation, but with patience. You are not being shaped by anything now. Not by memory, nor desire, nor even the need for peace. The self that once demanded definition has loosened its grip on what it thought it must be. No longer a fixed point in time, but a passing moment of awareness, drifting through dark like dust caught in sunbeam. And you are not afraid, because there is nothing to protect, no identity left to defend against disappearance. The idea that something should remain constant has finally quieted down, not destroyed, just released from its claim on your attention. You do not need to be consistent. You do not need to prove continuity across days or hours or thoughts. Only this moment remains real. A body in bed, eyes closed, breath rising and falling as if the world were simply breathing through you without asking anything back. There is no story about how you got here, no beginning, no struggle, no triumph needed for your presence to be valid. You are not late. You are not behind. You have not missed a single step because steps were never required in the first place. What was once called progress now feels like unnecessary motion. What remains is simply being, unbroken by time, untouched by outcome. Even memory no longer holds its weight as it used to. You recall fragments of moments that seemed important then. Conversations, decisions, words said too loudly or whispered too desperately. But they do not pull at your chest anymore. They are like old letters left in a drawer, unread and unopened for years. Their contents now irrelevant because the person who needed them is no longer there to read them. You are not required to remember. You are not responsible for keeping anything alive just because it once mattered. Some things were meant to be carried only until they reached their place of release, and that place was never a destination. It was simply this moment, now, where the mind lets go without ceremony or regret. Your thoughts move like shadows across a wall painted with silence, not stopping, not claiming space, just passing through as if the wall had always known them by name, but would never call them back. And you are not the one who must interpret their path. You are only the still surface that allows them to pass without marking anything in return. There is no need to be certain. There is no need to know what will happen next, or even if this silence has a purpose. Certainty once felt like safety, but now it feels more like a cage, not because it was false, but because it made you believe that only one truth could exist at a time. And now there is room for many truths, all of them gentle, none demanding to be first. The belief that held your days has dissolved completely into what it was always meant to become. Not an idea to live by, but a river returning to sea. You do not mourn its passing, because it never belonged to you in the way you thought. It only passed through, like rain, through leaves, leaving no trace except a memory of wetness on skin. And so you are left with less than you expected, but not empty, not hollow. Instead, full of something quieter, a space where nothing needs to be fixed, nothing repaired, nothing proved, only the simple fact that you are here, breathing without effort, resting without guilt, still alive in spite of not needing to do anything at all. Your skin feels warm from within, as if it has been learning how to hold light without being asked to shine, and no one sees it, nor needs to, because there is no need for recognition when the body knows its own temperature, its own presence, its own quiet way of staying in this world without needing to announce itself. You are not a mind that must think. You are not a heart that must beat fast enough or slow enough. You are simply a point where air meets stillness, where breath meets darkness, and nothing more is required than being there exactly as you are, with no need to be better, different, or any kind of version of yourself at all. The stillness between heartbeats has grown deeper than before, not because time has slowed, but because you no longer need to measure it. There is nothing here that must be held or kept in place. No thread of thought too fragile to let fall. Your breath moves as if learning the shape of its own release, soft and unhurried, like a leaf drifting down through air that remembers how to carry without effort. You are not trying to reach anything. You are simply allowing the current of this moment to pass beneath you, unnoticed by any need to name it or claim it. There is no urgency in the dark. There never was, only the impression from time past that something vital had to be decided before sleep came. But now, even the weight of decision has softened into a kind of warmth, like hands laid gently on your shoulders after a long day's walking. You do not need to decide what comes next. You are already where it is leading, and no direction requires an answer, only presence. You notice how your fingers rest on your chest without purpose, not pressing, not searching, just resting, as if they've been told there is nothing to fix, nothing to mend. Their stillness holds more truth than any gesture ever did. The body knows what it needs, even when the mind has forgotten its language. And so you let the quiet return, not as a promise of peace, but as an ordinary fact that some moments are not meant to be understood, only lived. There is no need for your thoughts to mean anything. They come like dust motes stirred in sunlight, visible for a breath, then gone again without trace. You do not have to follow them or explain why they appeared. or decide if they were real. They are not yours to hold. They never were. Only passing through the space where your attention used to stand guard. Now, there is no one watching the door, and so nothing needs permission to leave. Imagine a window left open all night long in an empty room. No one comes to close it, because no one ever came back anyway. The wind moves through as if it belongs, carrying with it sounds from far away, footsteps on gravel, the low hum of a distant engine, a bird's call not meant for this place, and still the window stays open, not out of neglect, but because closing would be an act of belief in something that no longer lives here. You are like that room now, unoccupied by any need to defend what was once thought necessary. Your mind does not have to prove it is capable. It doesn't have to show strength or clarity or depth. It only has to be present, and even that is optional. There is no performance required of the self tonight. No one is watching, no record being kept. You are allowed to exist without justifying your presence, without explaining why you're here or what you've done to deserve it. You don't need a reason, only the fact that you are breathing and warm and lying down in darkness that does not demand anything of you. A thought comes now like something floating on water, not rising, not sinking, but simply existing where it is placed. It has no shape, no color, no name, and yet it drifts through your awareness without protest or plea. There is no need to give it a home, no urge to hold it close or push it away. You are only the surface on which it floats, not its owner, not its judge, not even its witness. Just stillness that allows motion without claiming any part of it. You were once afraid that if you stopped believing in one thing, everything would collapse into noise. But now you see that belief was never meant to be permanent. It was only a bridge built for crossing from one state into another, not something to live inside forever. And when the other side is reached, there's no need to carry the bridge with you. It dissolves quietly into air, just like smoke rising from a fire long gone cold. There is no loss in letting go. Not even the idea of loss has weight anymore. The absence of what was believed once does not leave emptiness, only space where something quieter can grow, not loud or urgent, but steady and certain in its own way, like moss on